since I didn't really have a plan for today, against my better judgment, we're doing more random nonsense. Because random nonsense is what I do best, isn't it? Volume should be good and everything should be stable. We'll see how it ends up working out. So basically, I compiled a list similar to what I did with the Super Nintendo stuff. We're starting here with Blades of Vengeance. Now, I've never heard of this game in any real capacity that I can think of. I played a tiny little bit of it to make sure it worked, and it wasn't gonna, like, immediately do any weird nonsense. But I obviously have no idea what I'm doing and what I'm getting into. So we'll see how this plays out. There is one game, I think, in this list that I have played before. But I think there's only the one. Not 100% sure how many, actually. No, there's one that I've played and one that I've seen. That's what it is. Let's get this ball rolling, shall we? So we've got lady with very little clothing and sword, man with very little clothing and axe, and old man with magic. Let's take old man with magic because range seems like it'll be very useful. Also makes him look like he's talking to himself, which amuses me. My servants, you must first pass through the mountains of flame. Legend tells of a great fire creature that will prevent any from escaping. Beware of his eyes. And then we're here. I can throw sparkles and I can knock sparkles along the floor. Seems to be what our wizard here can do. Name. The sparkles make things explode. Oh, I can go in this door. Ah, I have 3 silver now. Understood. Wanna fall in the holes. Lava hurts a lot. Oh. I don't know what any of that was, but I'm gonna... Oh, this game has fall damage. Lovely. That seems like a grand thing to have for a platformer where you get randomly yeeted into the sky. Ah, there we go. Healing, yes. How use healing. Ah, okay. So I select it, and then I press A, and then I can use it. Understood. May have not noticed it, but one of the buttons I was pressing also allows me to scroll the screen very, very slightly. I'm not sure how useful that actually will be, but it might actually come in handy somewhere. Is it weird that I find this to be way more playable than I expected looking at the screenshots for this? Like, I was expecting absolute trash. And it's still not great. But it's not horrendous either. Like, this actually has some potential. Then again, I wouldn't have picked them if I didn't think there was at least some potential natively to them. Okay, so there's a way back if I drop down here. And we got lava boys. Oh, and they jump. Okay. Hold it. I'm out of here. I get the feeling the other way was the correct way to go. I'm concerned about these platforms. Yep, they do sink. I thought so. They just don't sink fast. Okay, we just explode when we die. Understood. But we didn't get sent very far back, so this isn't actually that bad. Judging from the fact that he's still shooting at me, yeah, we kept everything as it was when we died. So that's actually surprisingly nice. Do I still have the healing potion we picked up? I do. We also have a force field and a blast item as well, it looks like. Blast wand and a force field potion. So those will probably be useful. Keep in mind. I wonder. Aha! Force field does protect you from lava. Aha! You cannot harm me while my sparkles spin around me. And now the sparkles have left me. I am no longer shiny. No, 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 no. Door. That is the Great Fire Beast, I presume. Okay, I got a couple hits in. See, being pushed into the lava seems like the most dangerous thing here so far. Because he seems to shoot at a specific angle, so he himself really isn't that much of a threat. Outside of situations like this where you don't have a choice but to be in front of him at his firing angle. There we go. There he is. Can I, like, get to the other side of him? I can. I don't know if this is really an improvement necessarily, but at least I wouldn't get pushed into the lava. Okay, that didn't work. Like, it didn't not work, but it didn't really solve the problem of this thing continuing to still be here. But I can dodge his shots from this position, so I think this is our best choice. We, like, stay back here unless we need to be able to hit him when he's back here. This way we can just keep deleting his minions. Just do our best not to get shot. Because we've basically got him in a loop now, where he can't hurt us. As long as they don't get hit by the lasers. I mistime a jump somewhere. How many hits does this guy take? I mean, goddamn. He's definitely just, like, tanking away. Got him. Alright, first try. Oh, God. That's not the end of the fight, apparently. The fuck is this? How is any of that okay? The Dark Lady tightens her grip, and the land is thrown into despair and war. Game over. Good. Good. Have you ever stopped to consider maybe the land deserves despair and war? With the way it is? Let's try Man with Axe. Because I'm going to assume he hits harder. Same message. Yep. Great flame creature prevents any escaping. Beware his eyes. Okay, he definitely hits harder, because he's taking these guys out in one hit. So that's already a positive. Biggest problem is going to be, of course, the fact that we now no longer have any reach to speak of. I assume Sword Lady would then be the in-between, like she has more reach than this guy. And perhaps attacks faster. Like, the designs for this are decent, I'll give them that. The design and animation are all fine. Oh hey, he didn't take fall damage. Maybe it's just the old man that takes fall damage because he's got bad knees or something. That'd be a hell of a thing. But honestly, I'd believe it. Like, well, you've chosen the man whose knees are breakable. This is your life. Congratulations. Okay, if you don't hit with the middle of the axe, it looks like it does less damage. Or it was the fact that it carried over from the first guy into the second, so it got reduced. Could go either way with that one. No, because that first guy took a glancing hit and didn't die either. So I guess not quite hitting square does have merit. Oh, secret! Man with sword, oh no! He's also short. So I was worried I wasn't gonna be able to hit him without ducking. Nested secrets. I have a glowy thing now. I don't know what it means. Oh, I have an overhead chop, too. The way this guy strokes his axe, though, really concerning. Is he's gonna end up slicing his hand at some point. Yeah, since I didn't burn my force field potion, we should be able to use that against the boss when he starts going wild in the second phase. Okay, there is fall damage for me as well. Just had to fall further. Understood. At least we haven't died at all yet. So I really shouldn't tempt fate with sentences like that. The fact that there was an invisible wall also means I really should check that screen we just left for an invisible wall as well. But it's fine. Good thing these floating eyes are not particularly smart. is really not that hard. It's a little scary at first, because you don't know what you're getting into. But as soon as you've figured it out, it really isn't too big a deal. You need to burn a health potion now, though. Okay, they're not full heals, so I'll need to keep that in mind. Foolish me thinking they would be a full heal, huh? Nice and easy, nice and easy. Ow. Dealing with the little lava guys along the way does indicate to me that I can handle the ones that the boss will be spawning just fine as well. Not ideally, but we'll be able to handle them. I think I'll take the death at the beginning of the fight here. There we go. Now, the fact that the fight is ongoing when we come back to life is interesting. Also, we spawned back in with half a health bar and then suddenly had a full health bar after I got hit there. Did I have, like, more than a full bar? Also, our sparkle's gone. I only just now realized that. I know I said I was going to use it later in the fight, but... What? So I think the force field actually only takes a set amount of damage. I don't think it's timed, because it just vanished, like, immediately there. I'm going to need caffeine to deal with this. Hold that thought a second. Fill my glass. I have to be kind of careful with this stuff, even though it's just regular soda. It does make the acid a little angry if I have too much. But now and then a little caffeine can go a long way. Okay. It also helps enhance my tolerance for nonsense sometimes. Wow, that does so much more damage, though. Oh, is he not gonna... Yeah, he doesn't transform back until all of his minions are gone. I did hit him on his way back. Wait, that was life... Wasn't 0 a life for the old man? What? Wasn't I on 1 life, not 0? Huh. Well, lady, it's your turn. Let's see how this goes for us. She seems to be functionally identical to the dude, except she moves faster. But, you know, moving faster is a benefit. The outfit sure is a choice. But, you know, this was like 92, so that's not really too big a shock that this is the outfit design she got. I can't tell if this sword has more reach than the axe did or not. The fact that their moveset is the same is a little disappointing. Not altogether surprising, disappointing. Still trying to figure out what that thing on her head is as well. Like, I'm assuming it's some kind of hairband, but it also might be horns. So those would be very short horns. Not impossible. she's also really goddamn tall, because we're hitting these guys at head height, just having her swing at shoulder height. Also, I'm assuming that's supposed to be like a sparkle on the sword when she first starts to swing, but it looks like it just expands spikes out of it. And I just can't stop seeing that as just, it suddenly turns into a morning star briefly. Hey there, Callista, how's it going? Yep. Now, we know there's extra stuff if we actually go all the way over here. Was it here that had the extra stuff, or was it further along that had the extra stuff? You know what? That's fair, Natra. That's fair. Okay, no, the extra stuff is up where I just was. Okay, so the enemies do respawn. I've never actually bothered to go back with the other two characters who have already died miserable deaths because of game design. Which, I gotta say, this game sure does have game design that exists. It's not the worst one we've played, that's for sure. Nested Secret, we have this sparkly thing that I still have no idea what it does. Oh yeah. That's how I open my inventory. So we need a healing potion before we die. Well, I forgot about the fall damage again. What we've learned is if I die, I lose that sparkly thing, and I kind of want to keep it, because I don't know what it is, but you can only have 2 of them, so I'm assuming they're good things. I'm kind of hoping they're like a power-up of some kind, since, like I said, we lose them when we die. Wait, can she just jump higher than the other guy did? Maybe. It might be another benefit of being the lady. I mean, it is parallaxing a little bit. It's just hard to tell because there's not that much with the background. Like, the background's just kind of wiggly clouds here. There might be a more detailed background in a later stage, and then we might be able to tell a bit better. But it is super hard to tell that anything's happening with that background, yeah. There we go. There's the second health potion this stage has. I'm amused by the idea that they thought it was a good idea to put fall damage in something like this, but boy oh boy, is it not a good decision. Once I come back on solid ground, I'll also show everyone that's coming in how much you can scroll the screen. Look at all the amazing screen scrolling we can do. Such distance. Much joy. That was bad timing on my part. It is just... it's a little rough. Thankfully, so far, we haven't needed to worry about it, but I'm sure there's going to be a stage where that's going to be, like, vitally important. If we even get that far. Yeah, exactly. It's a good thing to have, even if I'm being a bit of a smartass about it. I do appreciate that they at least gave me a means to scroll the screen at all. Because, like, 90% of game... well, maybe 90%'s a little overzealous, but... a majority of games from this era did not let you screen and scroll at all. Time to lose to this boss fight again, because this boss fight is kind of stupid. Why not Fireball Man? Not only does he spam you with minions, which are kind of hard to hit. Yeah, I can't even hit him when ducking and being close either, so I can't actually attack him very well while he's throwing his fire or lasers out. And the contact damage kills you if you try to go for a jump attack at him. So you're SOL on that one, too. The good news is, when you lose a life in this game, it just continues from where you were.
Well, he's dead.
Like, quite literally.
Shame. He will be missed.
The fight just continues. Problem is, you can't get at him with melee weapons very well without tanking his laser. So I really can't help but feel that melee is the inferior option in this game, even though the melee weapons do more damage. Oh, you think he's dead? He isn't. Now it's just phase 2, where he just loses his damn mind and starts lasering harder. Okay, Zero was alive this time. What a weird game this is. We're two out of 3 on people getting to have their 0th life. Because for some reason, Axeman, like, skipped his life 0 for some reason. Thankfully, iframes are actually kind of helping us a little bit with the laser problem. Yeah, I knew I was dying there, but I didn't have a choice. We do not get enough time to, like, avoid the laser and then step in and hit him and really end up accomplishing anything. And mind you, that's the first boss of the game. So just imagine how much worse it must get. We're going back to ranged attacks from the old man, so we don't have to walk into the laser in order to attack him. And it still amuses me that it looks like the old man's just talking to himself. Me, go do the thing. Alright, me, I'll do the thing. Is, like, aside from his attack doing slightly less damage, I really don't know what the downside to being the old man is so far. They have the same health bars, he moves at roughly the same speed the guy with the axe does. He doesn't shoot slow by any means. So, like, I don't know why you wouldn't just be old man. Like, just from a gameplay standpoint, of course. Design-wise, I can absolutely understand why some people would make a very different choice. But that's a whole other discussion. Give me this. Okay, see, if I step off of there, I don't take fall damage. If I jump off of there, I do take fall damage. That is the limitation of my knees. We've learned the limits of our knees. Now we just need to avoid our other limitations, such as dying. Situations like that are where the downside of lower damage does come into play. He also doesn't have an up attack, he only has a down and a horizontal attack, it seems. At the same time, I don't know what his up attack would be, like, other than, like, shooting diagonally up. Which would probably be ridiculously powerful in this setup that this game's got going here. I missed the eyeball, but you know what? The eyeball despawned, so who's the real winner here? Okay, he only got to hit me once, which is an improvement over everybody else. Get the sparkly thing. Oh! That is a weapon upgrade. Because now he's shooting, like, swirly things instead of the sparkles he was throwing. We didn't go up here as this guy when we were playing the first time because I didn't know it was up here. Now now he seems like he does the same damage as the other characters. So he doesn't even have that downside anymore. Go and heal so we don't die an unfortunate death, shall we? This game is surprisingly better than I thought it was gonna be. I have to give it credit where credit's due. Like, it's definitely got jank, but it's 100% playable, and it actually has some ideas going on here. I'm still going to give them a look about the fall damage part, but you know, you gotta have your quirky idea in there somewhere. Go, old man, go, old man, go. Go, old man, go, old man, go. Yeah, if I get to the boss fight with all my lives intact and a decent amount of my items, I think we'll be okay. I think we'll actually win the fight finally. I have the power of Wizard. It almost looks like he's doing that like little old forward hop that some musicians would do on stage when they're playing a guitar, just start like doing that little hop. Fucked up. Okay, got him. These guys just need to get away from me. I would have gone a lot better if he actually ducked when I told him to duck, but I get it. His knees, I can relate. Another healing potion before we even get into the boss fight. Now remember the way you're supposed to do this fight. Run forward. Let him come to you. Summons the boys, you blast them. You just don't get lasered if you can help it. So I think I might be able to just standing shoot him, actually. I don't think I need to jump shot him. No, I do. I did not mean to hop that far forward, for anybody wondering. This game does have committed jump arcs. Because, you know, as usual. Like, we could just cheese out all the minion summoning he's doing, which is super helpful. We're just gonna start to run into a bit of a problem when he goes into the really spammy phase. That's the part I'm not sure how I'm gonna handle yet. Speaking of, hey, we're there now. Like, the minions aren't a problem. It's the multi-laser that I was worried about, and we actually can handle that too, as it turns out, so I think we're fine. If I don't launch myself into him. Yeah, I got bullied around too much. I knew I was in trouble there. But it's fine. He'll stay at the current damage he has, so... The knockback in this game is kind of disgusting at times. The idea is I was trying to bait those guys over so I could avoid them a bit. Might be about to lose another life, so what we're gonna do here is force field up to deal with the little guys. And whatever incidental lasers I catch. Wow, that force field really does not last through much, huh? Nice, I managed to avoid all of that this time. Yep, I know I was landing on one of them. I have 1 life left to win this. Actually, why don't I stay over here? This is a genius plan, actually, because he can't shoot me over here. And I can shoot across the gap to kill his minions. I should have been doing this from the start. I wanted to do this the first time, but I thought it wasn't gonna work. Because that's why I positioned the way I did in the first go-around. I should probably turn a flashing light warning on as well. Because the wand flashes a bit, and then that also popped up a bit of flashing. I don't think it's gonna get too out of hand based on what I'm seeing, but just in case. We'll hedge bets a little bit. It never hurts to hedge bets a little bit. Finally get to see stage 2. Now you must seek a tower. The entrance lies somewhere within the catacombs beyond. Once a battle raged here and an evil king was slain. His ghost still roams these tunnels, thirsting for blood. Equip yourself wisely. Oh, you've got a stick. Well, you'll have to make do. Oh, we actually do get to spend our silver. Okay. This is great news, actually. Because we could really use some healing potions. So I'm just gonna buy healing potions, and we can't afford anything else. Oh, that guy sure is dead. Can I have the arrow? No, it's stuck in him. How about the helmet? No, can't have his helmet either to cover my bald head. Oh, balding. Which I can relate on the balding too, but that's a whole other problem. And we died, so we lost our attack power up. Okay. This is where the melee characters would actually start to shine a bit, because these guys take a lot of hits. Hey, there's Guy Scale. How you doing? Hopefully you're having a good time today. Welcome to me putting myself through numerous nightmares of jank, because this is how I live my life. Silver that we're gonna need between the stages. So far, so good. This is surprisingly going better than expected. But I know the feeling on the just doing. Interesting how those bats just kind of fall out of the air. They don't explode like everything else does immediately. They have to hit the ground before they explode. Okay. Yep, I knew there was a trap gonna happen at some point. It had been too much time before they teleported enemies in on my head, so I kind of assumed it was gonna happen again. Nope. Joke's on you, I can stay over here. There we go. So actually, this reminds me that I forgot to do something, so give me 1 second. I forgot to turn something back on so I could find out if it works. There we go. Because I had finally set up an auto shoutout for council members, but I didn't actually test it with anybody other than myself, which caused an infinite loop when I used it, so, it shouldn't happen with anyone else, because I know why it triggered off of me and caused the infinite loop. So in theory, it should work perfectly fine now. After all, live testing is how we test everything. That's how this always works. Never possibly goes wrong at all. See, there we go. It works perfectly. What was that phrase? Oh, right, get supported. System works. It was surprisingly easy to set up in Firebot, because literally I could just copy most of my... Ow, there's one flaw in the plan. Hang on. There's one flaw in it. Not supposed to keep doing that, you silly thing. What are you doing? Put a cooldown on it. So I don't think I can set a this is only a once per stream thing. I knew I missed something. I knew I fucked up somewhere. Nothing is ever as simple as you want it to be. The only option I have for fixing this looks to be setting a cooldown for it. How exactly am I going to make that work? Because if I put a... Assuming the cooldown doesn't automatically reset per stream, which it doesn't look like it does, that's going to be an issue. In hindsight, I should have thought about the fact that it was going to just keep repeatedly doing it. Why does this not have a limiter? Why does this bot not allow me to limit these things? Why is this something they didn't consider? High cooldown per user is definitely going to work. We're just gonna set like a ridiculously high cooldown on it for the moment, and that'll probably work. There we go. It'll either start spamming everything again, or it'll work. We'll find out. Which will probably activate again because I had to disable it and re-enable it. Well, I didn't have to, but I ended up doing that. Yet another reason why I should actually sit down and either set up StreamerBot or mix it up is apparently it works a bit better in those. I assume you can, like, set a limit on it in those. Just a matter of Firebot's the one I understand. But it's got, like, a millisecond per user cooldown, so it should work fine. And now, keyword being should. That's what these tests are for. Oh, we got a new version of these guys. It looked like they just flipped their belt color and their body color. I don't really know if that counts as a new enemy, really. And that's my knees. Good thing I bought healing potions. Potions of putting my knees back where they belong. There we go. Which, if I had any lives left, I would have just accepted the death and then preserved the healing potions. But unfortunately, that ain't gonna work. Doesn't seem like there's ways to get lives back readily either. Unless there's an extra life item around that we just haven't seen yet, which seems highly likely. This seems like the kind of game that would jealously guard its extra lives. Yeah, I had a feeling. Oh, that's just a dick move. You know what else is a dick move? This. Oh, never mind, he just... You know what? That's a self-solving problem. We take those. Is he smart enough to drop down? He sure is. But, joke's on you. Can you jump back up? Uh-oh. Oh, no, he can't. He's trying. He tried his best. Just wasn't good enough. Why does this platform exist? This doesn't go anywhere. Oh, aha, it does go somewhere. You just have to wait. I see. This was very worth it. Wait. Why does he kind of just like... Oh, I see why. So for anybody that didn't figure out why he suddenly like judders forward there, his hitbox for like collision and everything is slightly longer because he reaches his arm out. Partway through his jump animation, he pulls his arm back and his collision box actually shrinks with it. That is absurd detail there. I'm kind of surprised. That also is definitely going to come back to haunt me at some point, I'm sure. And just out for a stroll, don't mind me. Why are they throwing boulders at me now? Why are you like this? Also, if I have to just manually like turn that auto shout out on and off when council members show up, do not be surprised if I just do that. It would not be the first time I've done something that absurd just to avoid having to do more work on something. But really, I will probably just spend the time actually figuring out a solution for that. So I suspect said solution is going to be just get a new bot. There's a series of elevators here. Interesting. Well, I guess I'm down here now. Just get rid of this guy. And we can see what he was guarding instead. He was guarding a wall. Good for him. Meanwhile, I'm the guardian of my own broken knees. I would rather be the guardian of my unbroken knees, but I don't have those. Oh boy. Okay, good news, the spiders all fell into the abyss. Bad news, everything still wants me dead, and there's plenty of things to enact that. Oh, they're still there. Some of them disappeared, like this guy, and he teleported back in. All the other ones are gone. See, I like the Belt Boys, because they at least take knockback like real enemies would. Instead of these club boys that just don't care. Like, knockback? What's that? Oh, that thing that I inflict on you. That's what knockback is. Knockback is for other people. Guess that chest was a trap, as I just saw explosions come out of it. Or that guy I was fighting destroyed the items. which would be very annoying, but honestly not shocking. Not with the rate this game's been going. There we go, there's our new attack upgrade. Wow, what an attack upgrade it is. No, not the spiders again. The spiders. No. I don't like spiders in real life. Why would I want to be around spiders in a game either? Okay, that guy just wandered off. Now there's another skeleton. I'm glad these skeletons drop healing potions, though. That makes fighting them actually kind of worthwhile. Because so far we're just able to heal tank our way to victory here. Oh, boss time. Ah, the king that they mentioned, I presume. King Gemini Man with his bouncing lasers of annoyance. Oh, he can only be hit when he's solid. Okay. Just keep my potions in hand for this fight. Looks like you don't get too many opportunities to hit him. Because he seems to get iframes as soon as he gets hit. Let's heal up some more. I tried to shoot and reposition to avoid getting shot, and that didn't work out so great. Those lasers are a little bit wider than they look. Okay, you can hit him more than once. I hit him twice that time. I can't drop through platforms either. That's the last healing potion. Problem is, we get hit stunned when he hits us. So it's hard to like actually follow up if he hits me. There we go, got another double. If he's a two-phase fight like the last one was, though, we're gonna lose this at this rate. Oh wait, there's just like a slow-flying eye laser. Maybe he's in phase 2 already. That is the slowest flying projectile I think I've ever seen. Just the beep. Fortunately, that's another game over. Blades of Vengeance isn't terrible, but it's not great either, I would say. And we'll just go ahead and move on down the list. Do that one next. This is Risky Woods. Whether this will be any good at all or not, we'll find out. Okay, got a big stage screen here. Lots of different statistics. And that sure is a jump, I guess. Hey, look, the background scrolls, so that's good. Oh, I have to duck to pick those up. Interesting. This almost looks like it would be an Amiga game. And then it got ported to the Genesis. Okay, I can reach that jump even though it looks like I wouldn't be able to. What? Why did I pick up a thing and lose consciousness? Wait, what's in the bag? It could be anything. Oh, it's just a bag of money. Okay. Assuming that stuff is money. What a strange experience we're having already here. I feel like I've walked into a fever dream. No. Okay, we actually died that time, and we lose our money when we die. Oh, wait. No, I think the money was what was keeping me alive. Yeah, I drop a coin every time I die, every time I get hit. Okay, so we're playing Sonic rules here. As long as I have money, I do not die. Understood. Still... The thing is, there's also a gauge over there on the... What? What? I think that thing I picked up killed me. Because I'm now down a life, I notice, and I'm not where I was a moment ago. He just kind of vibrated into the sky and ceased to be. So I guess this game also has trap items that will just kill you. Good. Good. This game is so weird, but I'm kind of here for it. This is like exactly the kind of thing I was looking for out of going for jank today. Oh, okay. So I understand what's happening with that thing that's knocking me unconscious. That meter over there above the stage is increasing, but our time is decreasing. So presumably it's doing something good? I don't entirely understand what that meter means, admittedly, but... Okay, we got, I presume, the other half of the wheel. Do I put the wheel in there? Yes, I do. Time over. Okay, so I did the right thing, but I died because I ran out of time. Okay, at least we understand what to do now. We collect the two halves of the wheel, we put the wheel in the thing the bird stares at, and then good things happen. So I thought the hourglass was the one that knocked me unconscious. Turns out it was the other one. So oh, maybe it's because I picked up 2 fruit? Maybe you can't have too much, or bad things happen? Maybe that's what they're trying to teach me there. There we go, we didn't get bodied by the fire guy this time. Okay, that time I picked up the arrows and they killed me. So, I think it really is trying to punish you for when you pick up 2 of the same power-ups. I think you can't stack them. I think stacking them kills you. Which is a very strange thing. But you know what? I'm kind of here for it in some ways. Now, don't pick up that fruit. What if we pick up this one? Okay, made the other fruit disappear, and it gave me invincibility. So... I remain confused, is the answer to this. But we'll just keep throwing our infinite knives at our problems and just hope for the best. Oh, I can pick the direction... What? Oh, I get it. It's a Simon Says thing. That's what it wanted. Oh, I've got boomerangs now. Neat. So I guess both those golden things were weapons, and I probably shouldn't have grabbed both of them. This game is so bizarre, but I'm so for it here right now. Go, my boomerangs. Fly to the ends of the earth. Defeat the mosquito birds? I don't know what these things are supposed to be. They're very strange. Wait. No, I think that did what it's supposed to now. Okay, everything's fine. I had a moment of confusion looking at my own screens there for a second. I'm glad that the knockback in this isn't too bad. Like, I got hit there, but all it did was slow my momentum instead of actually knocking me backwards immediately like that. Yeah, I know, you want me to put the thing in there. Okay, you have to, like, prompt it to tell you what it wants. That's weird. I freed a monk and he exploded everything. What? Stage 1 not completed. You failed to save all souls. Game over. What? You what, mate? What? What? Ah. Okay, so there's a chant button, which I assume is the thing I was doing with the thing I put the wheel into. What a strange little game this is. Okay, so there's just enemies down there in the void. They're not important at the time. Okay, no, I picked up one of those and I went unconscious that time. And then every time I think I understand what's happening, I find something that immediately proves me wrong. I wish I could pause this and still have the music going. Oh, god damn it. I hit the wrong button to jump. So, it's a fascinating thing, by the way. You may have noticed my lives didn't go down on there. The meter on the side did go down. So I think that meter is a life meter, but I also was losing money when the thing that shoots fire was shooting me. And I don't understand. Unless maybe I misinterpreted things completely there? Like maybe the fireballs themselves are dropping coins? Yeah, because I didn't drop money that time, and I am just losing health from it. And it ate my jump. The good news is falling does just reduce health, it doesn't kill you. Which is shockingly kind of them. I'm starting to wonder if this is like some kind of weird religion game. Since I'm going out here saving souls, fighting evil, and crosses are good for me. Okay. Oh yeah, and apples are bad for me. Then again, this is like some kind of creepy evil forest, so maybe... Maybe that's the thing, is it's just an evil forest, so the apples are just bad for you because it's an evil forest. Also, I completely missed that statue when we walked through here before. God damn it, I was just trying to pick up the wheel, not do that. God damn it. It is neat how they actually, like, destroy all the enemies nearby. Okay, see, I do only need to save 2 souls here. Even though there's 3 slots, there's only 2 silhouettes down there. Okay. So, what is that thing that's rising from the abyss to try to kill me? I don't understand what I'm looking at there. But whatever it was, it dragged me straight down to hell. Tell you what, we're gonna look up the manual for this one, because I genuinely am curious now. They say the old monks were wise, but hey, the brothers couldn't be too stinking wise. After all, they let the evil Draxos turn them into statues. Hardly a shining example of clear thinking. But whether the monks were truly sagacious or a little senile, things are bad now that they're frozen in stone. Evil is spread everywhere, rotting corpses are roaming the woods, children aren't safe, and the world's generally a scary place. A few good monks to scare away the riffraff would sure help the neighborhood, not to mention property values. Fortunately, you, the young warrior Rohan, have arrived to deliver death and justice to the evil hordes. With weapons in hand, you must enter the risky woods and free the monks from their petrified captivity. Once you've set the monks free and sent Draxos back to his evil home, wisdom will be restored for good and old women won't have to carry their flick knives anymore. That's the plan, at any rate. That is already an incredible manual. A little bit. Now... This is the demo playing right now, by the way, because I'm still looking at the manual. Oh, it's armor links I'm picking up. When you kill a monster, it may drop armor links. You can carry 99 at a time, but pick up as many of them as you can. If you collect enough of them, you get some protective armor. If we get 33, we get silver armor. If we get 67, we get gold armor. How well does armor protect you? Silver armor cuts the damage that monsters do in half. Gold armor protects you 100%. That's right, dress yourself in gold and they can't lay a finger on you. Don't think that after you get gold armor, you can just walk through the game. You can lose armor links too. If you let a monster touch you, you lose 1 armor link. You fall off a cliff, get hit by fire, or worse, lose a life, you lose several links. So that suddenly makes sense. And let's see. So we've got a bunch of items here. Oh, that's mean. I now understand why these worked the way they did. So stars are worth 5,000 points, so are batteries. Jewels are worth 50,000 points. Rings are worth 50,000 points as well. Arrows are worth 10,000 points or send you back to an earlier point in the level. Apples are worth 10,000 points or put you to sleep. Sleeping does 2 things. Restores your energy, but you lose time. What did you expect? Something for nothing? And other than that, most things are positives. There's just those 2 that have an either or, do a good or a bad to you thing. Ah, okay, so the skulls allow me to hold the fire button down and do a screen clear, it looks like. Yep, that looks like that covers basically everything I needed to know. There's more in there, but I don't need to worry about the rest of that. Alright, now we know what we're getting into a bit better. And I'm just gonna stop picking up arrows and apples if I can help it. Unless I really need health. This does mean I do want all these armor links that I can get my hands on. So we can hopefully get some armor. see how that was. That does explain the screenshot of this game I saw of this guy wearing just some kind of dumb looking armor. You can build up a decent bit of armor very quickly. So just don't let instinct take hold and don't open chests and take everything out of them. Just take the things you know are safe out of them. No more of the 50-50s. There was nothing I could do there. The wheel was guarded by a send you back arrow. Which is so mean, by the way. Still such a dirty trick. Skull and that. This. Leave the arrow behind. Ah! I did jump, but he didn't jump fast enough to avoid getting thrown down. First time we died to the rock falling, I think, actually. Nope, don't touch the apple. We gotta keep our eyes open for monks. We know where the two of them on this stage are, admittedly, but I probably have already forgotten where the first one was. Oh yeah, it's right there next to the Guardian. Did I say it's also very nice of them not to spawn any enemies while you're doing the chant? Because could you imagine having to do that while under constant attack by skeletons? Just let everything that was in there despawn. It's fine. Better than the alternative in that situation. Okay, good. I was pretty confident I'd clear that jump even with getting hit, but I wasn't sure. Health so low. Okay, we got the full wheel. Apparently he reached up there to touch me. Okay, sure. I kind of figured I was safe on that one. I do like that contact damage goes both ways, though. They die when I touch them. There are other weapons other than the knife and the boomerang, by the way. We just happen to only get knife and boomerang this stage. There we go. We actually completed a stage. I'm getting bullied. I needed the thing he was guarding, though. I do like the little fire follower we can get. That's nice. Eh. Well then. Suddenly we're back here again. Okay, I need that elevator. Trying to use the boomerang's reverse to get superior range. It worked. Because it wouldn't quite reach from the elevator going forward, so I had to throw it backward. Why would you put the weapon up there? Why? Why are you like this? Is it because you don't like me? If so, understandable. I can't get there. That axe is just unreachable. Which is a shame, because I would have wanted to try a new weapon. That is not allowed here. Also, we are, like, very likely to get a game over here in a moment again. Wait, no, Mini-Me, I need you for lives. Well, I have been abandoned by my smaller self. Because those are, as far as I can tell, continues. Other than the between stage jingle being a little harsh on the ears, this is interesting. I'm enjoying this, though it is really tough. Now that we know that those wheels don't despawn, we'll just wait for this arrow to despawn. Or I guess this one... There we go, I was gonna say, I guess this one just isn't gonna despawn. Because fuck me, I guess. Really having some multi-input problems here, because I was trying to throw N duck there so I could pick the items up, and it's just like, oh, you wanted to just stand there like a schlub and get hit, right? No, that's not really what I wanted at all. Well, that's what you're getting. Almost reflexively grab that apple. Give. I'm gonna keep the knives this time. Boomerangs are nice, as they go up and down a little bit, but the distance is an issue. Yep, I know I was getting knocked out by that apple. I just had a feeling. It's like the damage output on the boomerangs and the knives seem to be similar. I think I'll keep the screen-wide range of the knives. Or, you know, he'll just not jump. That's a life choice. Oh, come on! Okay, there isn't as much edge as I thought there. Understood. We've just wasted so much health learning all that. Just not gonna get out of stage 1 again, am I? This is just the way this is gonna go now. I think the boomerangs might have been the better idea. But specifically for that section. Once you're past that section and into the next stage, I think I do want the knives. So mean that he can aim and I can't. Move quick so we can take advantage of the fire. Except it keeps eating my jump on this log in particular. There we go. That's the thing I wanted the knives for, was dealing with that jerk in particular. Ooh, I've got fire wheels now. This seems good. Like, these seem like just superior in every way to the knives. This is when I find out they can't hurt the fire plants or something, and I just am sad. That broke that monk statue pretty fast, too. I almost have enough for armor. Maybe I should just stay here and grind for armor. seems like if I hold down, I can actually pick up multiple things constantly. So if I just stay ducked, I auto-pick things up. If I can reach them. Silver armor. Behold. I am Armored Warrior Rohan. How do I... What? Do I not pick those up? I definitely touched it, but it didn't let me pick it up. Hold up, let me get that manual back that I just got rid of. Apparently there's something else I'm not understanding. Oh. You have to trap the continue 3 times, and then you get an extra life, and you get to continue playing once the game is over. That's kind of stupid, but okay, sure. That is a thing. That is certainly a game design choice of all time. Time extension. Now that I know how grabbing fast works, we can actually take advantage of these bags a bit better. Though only sort of, because positioning is still rough on that. Okay, off-screening those doesn't work. Come on, despawn. Go away. Oh wait, nobody wants you. I do wonder if there's like score-based lives or something, and that's why you would be tempted to pick up the arrows and things like that. This feels like sluggish Ghosts and Goblins, if I'm honest. That is the closest comparison I can make. Ghosts and Goblins without your armor blowing up every time you get touched. Well, you know, except blowing up onto the field because you died. That is a problem. The fact you drop all of your armor links when you die really is unfortunate, even if it makes sense. Sticking with the knives. There we go. I managed to get that without getting the apple. Big apple. 3 a.m. No, it isn't that. No. No, no, no. It is most assuredly not 3 a.m. These things are timed so tight to each other. It's very annoying. There we go. I really thought I was gonna land short on that. It was gonna be a tragedy. Okay, we got through that relatively intact. We can at least get to stage 2 pretty consistently now. I tried to pick up both. I even pressed down twice and it just was like, nah, you don't get that one. You don't need fire. Fire is not for you. You can actually tell an enemy dies off screen because you can't throw as fast. I wonder what happens if you get those wrong. Actually, no, we know what happens when we get those wrong, because I got them wrong repeatedly before I understood how it worked. Imagine how many more people would be willing to go live in monasteries and such, by the way, if monks could fly and set the world on fire. Like, if being a monk gave you superpowers, I'm pretty sure a lot more people would go for it. What? Did the monk kill me? Are there fake monks? Yeah, they're fake monks because there was nobody in that one. It just exploded. Interesting. So not only did I not get the continue, but I also got just completely screw job there. Love that for me. There's gonna be a wheel guarded by power-ups again. The concept of something being guarded by power-ups, by the way, is a hell of a thing. That's usually the kind of nonsense you only hear in, like, challenge runs and such, where it's like, I have to refuse to grab this. Okay, that's just the same power-up I already have. Ooh, these are like spinning sickles. Neat. They seem very similar to the fire wheel, though, so I don't really know what the point of this is. In terms of being a different item. Ow, ah, ah, ah. Okay, that must be the real other monk over here. Yep. I had a 50-50. I should have assumed the one on the bottom would have been the right one, since he was slightly further. Last time? What the hell am I looking at here? But whatever it is, it needs to go. Armor links, no. Okay, I can get away from him. I can make him, like, go backward. I really thought I was just, like, in an awful position there. He does have a health bar, by the way, in case people didn't notice it. It's all the way in the bottom right. I only just now figured that out. Sorry for that share. He's almost dead. Got him. Give me all those armor links. I got like 2 of them. But we beat a boss. We actually got through a stage. Goodies! So many armor links missed because I still don't entirely understand that. We almost timed out on that too, which would have been very funny, but very annoying. Kinda digging this track. Whoever they had do the music for this definitely knew what they were doing. What the hell is this thing? Oh, I'm so dead. I need that, but I need to get away from death. Ah. There's just some kind of horrifying fucking bite bag beast that wanted to eat my face. Let me try the axes. That's kind of what I figured, is they'd be thrown upward a little bit. There we go, there's a monk. These axes seem like they're actually good for this place. I don't know if they'd be good everywhere, but they're good for this area. Is they're good for getting rid of the horrifying head bag beast that wants to replace my skull with its body. I don't know if that's actually what it wants to do, but that's what it looks like it wants to do. It wants to bite my head off and become my new head. Which, the more I think about that, that's a really genuinely horrifying concept. It just grafts itself onto your body and becomes your new brain. Oh, it's bullying all of my money away. I don't know how to fight that thing. Unless I kill it quickly, it just wins. Well, we got to the top ranking, though. Apparently beating one stage puts you on the top of the default scoreboard, which is concerning. But I think that's all we're gonna get out of Risky Woods for the time being. Unless I sit there and really get better at it. So how about we slow things down a little? Let's flip the script here. Because this is one I've seen somebody play all the way through. But it's a very interesting one. To me, at least. This is Fatal Labyrinth. This is, for all intents and purposes, a roguelike on the Genesis. And I've considered doing a full playthrough of this numerous times, but because of the way the end of it's designed, I've pretty consistently thought better of it. Dragon must be destroyed before we get trapped in a world of darkness. Help, I'm scared, the dragon's coming. It's already here, bud. More sunlight? Please destroy the dragon so I can dry my laundry outside. You can dry it in the dark. I heard that a brave swordsman defeated the dragon a long time ago. That sounds like hearsay. I have a school to go to tomorrow. I know he said go to school, but he might not have a school to go to tomorrow either. There's a graveyard up ahead. That's where all the departed souls go. I mean, that is what graveyards are for. Dragonia, the legendary castle, has risen once more. We're finished. The end of the world's coming. The ghouls from Dragonia keep coming back, even if we defeat them. What shall we do? A ghoul stole the holy goblet for the dragon. Ghouls invaded the village and stole the holy goblet for them. Ghoul from Dragonia has stolen the holy goblet, the source of light which illuminates the world. We must get the goblet back. Prevent dragon from returning to power. The goblet casts out darkness and brings forth light. Where do you think you're going? No, don't even try it. Many have fought the dragon but failed. Doing it anyway. So you're going regardless of the danger involved. Make sure you tell everyone that you're leaving. Take care. I already talked to everybody. I'm out of here. I'm gonna go beat up the monsters and take back the cup. Picked up Lance. Picked up a blue scroll. So we've got a Lance that we can go for, so let's just equip that immediately because it's better than the weapon we had. Hey, look, weapon. The power of the weapon is 2 points. The power of the weapon is 1 point. I did not mean to equip it again. I was gonna demonstrate a mechanic. Lance again. You attack things by walking into them. You've destroyed the bat. Can I actually, like, rotate in place? I can. There we go. That's what I was trying to do. Now, we throw the knife at the slime, and we missed. Well, that's a shame. You've destroyed the jelly. Picked up short sword. Picked up orange potion. Picked up leather armor. Picked up hand axe. Yeah, it's typical roguelike. You move, everything else moves. You don't move, nothing will move. You can actually, like, inventory manage freely, which is a surprise. Equipped with leather armor. Strength of this item is 2 points. Now, potions, as you might imagine, do different things. As far as I'm aware, every playthrough the potions are different. So, let's not test what the orange potion does yet. Destroy the jelly, grab the hand axe, the leather helm, and crush this bat. Now, there's something about food, and I don't remember. Oh yeah, there's a food meter. That's what the F is. If you get hungry, bad things happen. If you eat too much, bad things also happen. Dude, your level has been raised. We're now a valet. Get used to the levels having odd titles. That's just a thing that this game does. You'll also notice we heal when we move. So I don't really have to worry too much about my health in the immediate. Equipped with leather helm, which actually shows on your model. That's one of my favorite things about this is a Genesis roguelike that somehow still lets you change how your model looks when you put on different gear. There's games even today that don't do that. Ignore the fact that the spear is hovering next to my hand. Don't worry about that part. It only looks wrong when you're looking up. As long as you're looking any other direction, it looks fine. I believe you can also end up with food that's bad, by the way. So, you know, roguelike things. Get used to this music, by the way, because we're going to be hearing it for this set of floors. Once you get to a different set of floors, the music can and will change. Oh, I ate too much. Oh, that's right. Food gets eaten automatically. Whoopsie. These wizards are terrible, by the way. You want to get rid of them ASAP. You're getting sleepy. Because they'll put you to sleep, they'll confuse you, they'll do all kinds of awful things to you. Assume a longsword. The longsword. Power of this weapon is 4 points. The hand axe. Power of this weapon is 7 points. Now, what they don't tell you about these weapons is they have accuracy. So this hand axe is the strongest damage, but the worst accuracy, from what I recall. I also can't look at multiple of these menus at once. I have to close it and reopen it every time in case people are like, why is he constantly closing and reopening it? Is he forgetting again? You know, I am wont to do that, so I understand why people would question that. Let's see what this blue scroll does. What do you want to appraise? You'll notice I can cycle through the menus this way with this item active. I just can't do it the rest of the time. Let's appraise this leather armor. Strength of this item is 2 points. Okay. I wanted to check if it was enchanted or anything, because that would have been the only reason to switch between the two leather armors. We'll rock this hand axe for a bit. There's also, like, hidden walls and such that you can find, too, though I don't think there are any this early. I believe you have to wait till later for those to start being relevant. Perish, wizard. Why have you put me to sleep? And that's why magicians are super dangerous, because they'll put you to sleep next to other enemies that will pummel you into pudding. And you don't want to be pudding. Can't carry anymore. Oh shit, I can't. Yeah, plenty of trash I can throw. Okay. Rip. Gold is, I believe, completely useless other than determining how good your grave is when you die. It's essentially a score system. It might matter for something at some point. I don't recall it mattering, though. Your level's been raised. We're now a level 2 ranger. I actually want that. Those are useful. Eat. Shuriken. Because as you might imagine, since we have a capacity to throw things, anything that's designed for throwing can be kind of handy. Speaking of, we have so many extra weapons. Here, catch. Mist. Mist. Oh, right, he has a ranged attack of his own. That's a problem. You can also skip turns by pressing A. Okay, the accuracy is proving to be a bit of a problem here. We might actually go back to the longsword. I was kind of banking on getting lucky. And, let me tell you. Today, luck seems to be my dump stat. Which, given recent times, that's not overly shocking. On a similar note to the bad luck of recent times, there's gonna be a new donathon happening at the end of the week, for anyone interested. Armor has been strengthened. That was a good ring. Hooray! That is a armor ring. Secret door. So there are secret doors here already. Okay. And I now know how to open them. Technically pressing A is skipping turns, but what it's actually also doing is it's checking for things. Oh, bow. Bows are, as you might imagine, quite useful, as they allow you to attack things that aren't next to you. And there are some things you definitely don't want next to you, as there are nastier things than what we've encountered so far that we can and will find if I survive long enough. Look how much more effective we are when we have a good weapon. Oh, see how everything's turned red? That's because I ate too much, and you'll notice I can't move as fast. We actually, like, lose every other turn because we are too bloated with food. That's genuinely how it works, and it's kind of infuriating. We need to wait for the food meter to go down a bit before we will regain full movement again. I feel like we've all had meals that were too big like that before, where you just don't want to function after eating. Like, okay, gonna be slow now. There ain't much I can do about this guy right now. He's put me to sleep, and since I'm already really slow, there's only so many shots I get at trying to fix this. There we go. Pink scroll. We have an appraise scroll. Let's see what one of these pink scrolls does. The monsters are confused. That's actually a very good one. We're gonna hold on to that for the future. Because when the monsters are confused, they work the same way you will when you're confused, in that they just kind of do stuff. It may not be stuff that matters, but I believe the moment you engage them, they stop being confused, which is why this snail's actually just fighting back immediately. But bear in mind what I said about this being a pretty standard roguelike. That includes monster closets and, like, monster house floors. So now picture an entire floor that's one giant room full of monsters. Now imagine confusing all of those monsters so that they don't just descend upon you in a horde and rip you to shreds. And you might understand why confusion scrolls are important. is, yes, technically only 4 monsters would ever be able to reach you in melee range at once, but you've seen already that monsters have ranged attacks too, so it'd be a problem. Speaking of problems, this whole missing the snail repeatedly thing is kind of a problem. Could you please actually hit him? Sometime today, please. I have anything else I could kill him with? I never did figure out what the orange potion does, but that won't help here. Didn't find a shield yet either. That didn't hit either. I don't know why I thought that would, but it was worth a try. And that's just leather armor. Great. Love that for me. We'll just scuttle along and hopefully stop being so full soon. Oh, those appeared already, huh? I thought those were later. That's a yikes. Wow, you hit hard. I think we're gonna die here. Yep. We were just buried with just a rock and the 2 old people all bearing witness. That's it. Because I believe the higher your level gets, the more people will show up, and the more money you have, the more detailed your grave is. I believe that's how that works. Now, unlike some roguelikes, you do actually get a shortcut. Like, you get, like, Brain. Use the right words, please. You get a suspend point, essentially, periodically. I believe it's every 5 floors? You get to try again at those floors? Something like that? Also, this is a horrendous start, and we might be just dead in the water immediately here. Okay, wait, we might be okay. I just need to play keep away for a moment here and get some health. Okay, we got a yellow cane, which canes are kind of like scrolls. They'll do some variety of magic. Just gonna run from our problems for the moment. Let some health regeneration occur. I'm kind of shocked that we were able to take on that many things with just the knife and survive. Because the knife is terrible. As you might imagine, from a weapon that does 1 damage. Which we still have not found a replacement weapon yet either. Okay, that'll help. Getting levels helps. Because that makes us do more default damage, so our weapon doesn't matter as much. There's so many magicians. This land is full of magic, and the magic is hate. Specifically for us. There's a helmet in there. Also, axes. Better than nothing right now. Also, they're not cursed. You'll know it if something's cursed, by the way. The game makes absolutely sure you realize you did wrong. You equip something that's cursed. Please. You can tell he's asleep by virtue of the fact that he doesn't retract his weapon and things just keep happening without me doing anything. God damn it. Please kill the wizard. Oh my god. Please. Nope, we're dead. That was a terrible first floor. Like, it was great that there... Oh yeah, you'll notice now it's just the old lady, not even the old man anymore, because we were just level 1 when we died. Like, yep, kid went off and got himself killed. Real shame. At least they were able to bury us. Not sure how they get the body back. Maybe the monsters just chuck us out the window when we die. Like, here, take this loser. Oh, wow, this is a very generous start. Axe, a helmet, and a ring. First room. One of these cursed. You begin to feel much better. That's a power-up ring. All right, that makes me do more damage. You can tell our power and armor down there at the bottom underneath the food and the money. Of course, you know, this is where this all goes wrong immediately. I get put to sleep. I'm gonna try to run. At least put them in a position where I can't be hit by both. There we go. And now this is gonna be the seed where I get nothing but helmets, isn't it? But you can throw armor at things too, by the way. If it gets down to that, you can throw a helmet at them. And it will do damage. I don't think it'll do much. I think the armor value makes the damage scale. So, you know, not completely worthless, but potentially not worth anything. Okay, that one was a secret door. I was checking all of them, just to be clear. I know you can't tell whether I was or wasn't, but I assure you I was checking. Well, actually, I guess you could tell that I'm checking because you see me just kind of rotate in place and not accomplish anything. Just leave this floor. Green cane. Potions. A yellow scroll. What's that do? Items have appeared from the darkness. What does that mean? That add more items to the floor, or can I just see items? I forget what that is. I think I could just see items. Yeah, I can see items even before I reach them. So you can get an idea of whether a room's worth going into. Lance, hand axe. I believe lances and all the other spear types are the highest on the accuracy hierarchy. I believe it goes like axes are the worst, swords are balanced, and spears are the best accuracy. Which seems slightly wrong, but that's how this game chooses to work. Discard the knife, grab the spear. Better or worse than a lance? That's worse than a lance, okay. I know I want the shuriken over the 1 damage spear. Since we have a power-up ring, I'm actually going to stick with the lance because I'll be doing a much better job of hitting what I'm swinging at. Should have put the armor on before I engaged this thing because these things hit hard. I already forgot that I didn't have leather armor since your basic model looks like it's wearing leather armor. You can only wear, I believe, 1 ring at a time, by the way, so this other ring might not be helpful. Orange ring. Oh, right, I have like 3 other rings. You know what, let's find out what the rings do. You begin to feel much better. What does that one do? That is the Blizzard ring. The armor has strength. Okay, so that's the armor ring again. The orange ring. You begin to feel much better. Lightning Ring. I don't remember what Blizzard and Lightning do. They might be just resistance to their elements or something like that. I'm not sure. But we're gonna stick with the Power Ring for now. My precious Power Ring. Oh good, that was a secret door this time. Oh, don't like this. You come to me. Last thing I need is to get beat to hell and back by a bat just because I get put to sleep like this. And you can avoid being put to sleep. That's what the parried and such popping up is sometimes. Like sometimes I'm just blocking his attacks, sometimes I'm blocking him putting me to sleep. I do believe. Neither of those are a secret. Or is there a secret over here? Off of this room. Because there's very clearly food in there. So there's a way to get to that room. I guess must be over here then. This way we have a bit more of a buffer as far as food goes. I just gotta remember, don't go over, I think it's 80. If you go over 80, bad things happen. The problem is, the food, I believe, gives varying values, and you can't tell looking at it what value it's gonna give you. This clown ain't about to turn up any food, which, honestly, I can relate. I've definitely had a couple times where it's like, I'm not that hungry, but somebody's offered me free food. I'm gonna eat it, right? And I have regretted my life choices as a result of that a few times. Are you fucking kidding me, game? What am I supposed to do with this? Answer, use the cane and hope. The monsters forgot all of their magic. That's incredible. Anti-magic cane is best cane. They can't put me to sleep now. Actually, you're the bigger threat. Oh, did they get their magic back? They might have gotten their magic back. This is how they got their groove back. Under the circumstances, might be better to have either the armor or the Blizzard Ring. Try the Blizzard Ring. That doesn't seem to do as much damage with the Blizzard Ring on. I think I made the right choice. I also can't hurt him with the lance, though. I'm gonna risk an axe. Yes! Sometimes risking it is worth it. This is why it's nice that you can just cycle items on the fly in a situation. Because what I needed was just more raw damage at that moment, otherwise I was in trouble. It is a shame that we lost the anti-magic cane, so you only get one use out of those canes. But I do think if we didn't use it, we were going to die. So, you know, trade-off, really, at the end of the day. And if the trade means living, I'll take that trade every day. Also, if this music ends up burrowing into your brain, understand that I've lived this life before. I understand. Because it's basic, but it just sticks in your brain. Nope. Nope. Honey. Oh, shut up. Green cane anti-magic. Yes, it was. What's in here? Wintertime. Why are there so many bugs? So busy. into here because they can't survive outside. Okay, we're just managing to parry their attacks a lot, so hopefully that just keeps happening. Which that might be the results of the anti-magic cane. Food. Perish. We still have a lot of food in us, so let's not eat that food. Might eat it on our way out of here. Just so we don't leave it behind. Or if I end up like really low on health, I might eat it so that we can regen a bunch. Slash eat it after regenning a bunch. One of the two. Or this short. And axe, okay. I was kind of hoping it would be like a better quality axe. Which that sword that was sitting there might be a long sword. I should check. Food drain isn't that at fast, so I really shouldn't be being as cautious as I am in that regard. Nope, it was a short sword. It's just trash. Go away. Despite the fact that this is built naturally to use a controller, it feels weird playing a roguelike like this with a controller. And I think that's just because I'm so used to playing mouse-driven or keyboard-driven roguelikes. Kinda nice, though. Menuing is awkward, but expected. Okay, there's no secret shortcut door there. I think we've seen most of this floor. Which, by the way, there's no map. There's only a pause screen. Which I don't even know why you would need a pause screen in this game. Now that I think about it. Because nothing moves unless you move. So, why would you need to pause? So I think I stepped on an alarm trap, because there wasn't that many enemies here before. I looked away for a second and suddenly the screen flashed red and there was bad everywhere. So I think I made a mistake. Bunch of leather armor, got a bunch of helmets. I don't have a shield. Go, axe for the good of the city. Oh. Sure you can. How about again? These don't do a lot of damage, but they give me range. You'll notice they're not disappearing immediately, by the way. I think you get a couple of them per slot, which is the other reason why they're good to have. It doesn't show you how many of them you have, but we very clearly have multiple since I can throw them and they're not gone. Now I'm out of them, though. Charge! This wasn't entirely a bad thing that we ended up triggering that alarm, though. Because more enemies here is not a bad thing, since we have that extra food laying around to heal our hunger meter up. And this just gets us free experience, basically. As long as, you know, we don't die a fool's death. Dying to greed is always an option. Speaking of dying a fool's death, let's not be hit by both of those worms. That is definitely a fast track to a fool's death. We have 60 food. This might be... Nope, that was not okay. Okay, we're gonna be hanging out on this floor for a little bit. So, you know. Hope you like the way this floor looks, because we're gonna be here for a little bit. This floor sure is made out of floor. 4 triangles make a square floor. Just gonna keep walking back and forth until we're no longer in the red. So I don't dare try to make progress while in the red. We've learned what goes wrong with that already. Actually, I suppose I could just kind of mash the search button a bit. Does that even work? It doesn't seem to be working. For getting hunger down. Because I'm like mashing the button like it's going out of style and it's not moving the meter along. At the end of the day, we will still have come out of this with a benefit because we will have regenerated back to full and still had more food than we had before I picked up the food. But, it is wasting a bit of our time. Which, admittedly, I've kind of got nothing but time today. In some regards. In others, I don't, but, you know. Which, admittedly, after today's stream is done, I'm going to be knuckling down on Donathon prep. So I'll have all day tomorrow and all day, well, not all day, but a lot of Thursday to work on it as well. Since Thursday's stream won't start until late. Hip, up, hip, hip, up, hip, up, hip, up, hip, hip, up, 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 hip, 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 up, up, up. Okay, 80's not the threshold. 70 then? Or do I just need to go under 80? Okay, it is just be under 80 and you're good. Okay. Green cane. Okay, yeah, it was the cane that was preventing them from eviscerating me with their magic. We did just get another anti-magic cane, so you know what? Fuck you and your magic. No magic for you. That was a darkness potion. Okay. And you begin to feel much better. That might have been like a poison cure or something. So anyway, this is what a darkness potion does. Enjoy only seeing a tile in front of me in any particular direction for a while. There we go. And that's why you don't always want to panic drink your potions, because sometimes bad things happen instead of good things. But we now know what 2 potions in this game do. For now. Till invariably I die again and then they shuffle again. Ooh, that looks like a shield. Let's deal with the magician first and then we'll get the shield. Pick up the food yet. Behold, I have a shield floating next to me now. Hooray. Shields obviously just increase your armor value. We're missing so much with the axe again. Let's go back to the lance. Oh, that's so many wizards. Wait, no. We don't have to fear the wizards, though, because we've disabled their magic. Joke's on you. Level 4 leader. Hooray! We have surpassed our predecessor. Which, admittedly, surpassing one of them wasn't very hard because we got past the first floor and surpassed him immediately. But the other one we're now past. Hooray. That's just a spear, or is this a better kind of spear? That's just a spear. Otherwise known as useless crap. I feel like we searched most of this floor, but I'm gonna check. Yeah, see, there's a room I missed. I A room with a lot of nothing in it. But since we used an anti-magic cane here, it makes sense for me to make sure there's nothing I'm missing on this floor. There we go. There's a room that was worth checking. With the amount of magicians on this floor, I'm very glad we... Oh, that's bad. So hey, we are now back on the previous floor. Technically. At least I believe it only sends you back one floor. Might actually send you back more than one. I had to remember how to use bows in this game. You actually have to, like, menu use it every time. But as you can see, it's kind of handy to have range against these ice bars. Because you can actually deal with them without immediately getting obliterated with magic. You do have to equip your shield and your melee weapon. Want to have them back. Okay, there's the way back up. Looks like the layout is still the same, it's just restocked with monsters. Which is fine by me, that's free experience. We got plenty of food, so this is a non-issue. At the moment, at least. Just worth remembering, situations exactly like this can happen. Is they are allowed to use their magic again. That's why you gotta be careful using those anti-magic items, because you might get used to them not doing their thing anymore, and then suddenly they do their thing again. Okay, good. I was hesitant there, but I decided to risk it. Interesting. I really do think that they only repopulated with monsters. I don't think there's anything to pick up here. But we can use this as a way to get more experience. Probably a good idea to clean out. At least somewhat. Don't you love those not-so-secret doors? Like, gee, I wonder, there's a piece of stone between me and a room I know exists already. Could this be a secret door? I'm assuming this is going to be the same floor layout we just had again as well. Not that I remember it particularly, of black ring, which we have already, or bow, which we have already. I think bows might have a finite amount of shots, though. I think like they technically come with a quiver or something. The quiver is not actually like modeled in the game as a concept. Not 100% sure about that. Been too long. Can't instantly deny me with a brick wall like that game and not expect me to check to see if that's a secret door. This room sucks. This room is gonna be a nightmare. You know that green's anti-magic. We do have other canes. Let's not toy with those too much right now. What a red scroll. What is a red scroll? Phrase. Okay, let's find out what pink canes are since we have two of them. Hypnosis cane. That's useful because that'll put an enemy to sleep. You'll also notice that it changed the printout on the green cane to say anti-magic cane on it. I wish it would do that all the time, but it is what it is. New Blizzard ring now, which there is, I do believe, a use to these rings. Leave. Yeah. They'll do their magic if you throw them. Was it a waste to throw that worm for testing purposes? Yes. But we'll get more. I couldn't remember for sure if that's what it did, so I wanted to throw it at something where if it didn't work, it wouldn't backfire too badly on me. I'm getting sleep. Which honestly, I am in life as well. Did not sleep the best last night. Which is another reason for the just kind of chill, do random nonsense day we're doing here. And I've been thinking about it. Between wanting to run the Donathon and running some other stuff, like the Christmas collabs and such I want to do, I'm thinking we'll wait to start Breath of Fire till January. We just might not have like any long-running series until January. This way I don't have to deal with the mental loop of like, well, then I'm gonna have to continue this series into the next year. Which, I don't know why that bothers me. There's no real reason for that to bother me, but it does. Which, for those who already saw my post about how the Donathon is gonna work, since Breath of Fire 1's already a guarantee, because I already said I was going to do that, if people put money towards unlocking Breath of Fire, that'll just immediately count towards Breath of Fire 2. Now, it is going to be worth noting that as people unlock series and games and everything, they are not going to be played in the order they're unlocked. Necessarily, they will be played in whatever order I feel like playing them in. Unless I play multiple games in said series back to back, then I will be playing them in release order, as that is the order they are unlocked in. And as far as them being guaranteed and skipping to the next game in the series, that also counts for the games I was offering for the 12 Days of Drachmas, because the two are going to kind of get merged due to the nature of needing to run this Donathon kind of spur of the moment here. Because I don't want to take away from the people that had asked for things when I had offered games to be played made by request for free. So anybody that wants to see like all of the Paper Marios, for example, doesn't have to worry about paying for the first Paper Mario now. Golden Sun has the first game funded, but they won't get a playthrough unless people fund the series. I still am only giving people the one session of them free because that's what I had offered. I feel like that's the best middle ground I can think of, given the change in situation. Got a battle axe. That is definitely a better weapon. That is a 15 power weapon. The only problem is it has the axe issue of it's gonna miss a lot. If it ever hits, though, whatever it hits is gonna stay hit. Whatever it is gonna feel it. A lot of hypnosis canes. I wonder what the yellow one is. I have to be slightly careful about the canes because there's one very funny cane, and it can potentially be a bad funny. So I gotta be kind of careful. Either of these could be a better weapon. Away the spear. I don't even know why I had that on hand still. I need 2 pieces. Throw away a hand axe. Just a hand axe on the ground anyway. Doesn't matter that I threw away a hand axe. They're just multiplying. Yeah, look how I'm just deleting everything with one hit. This is why it was worthwhile to switch to that, regardless of the quality of an axe. Here, catch. You know, that's rude. I gave you something to play with and you tried to kill me. Admittedly, he tried to help me sleep since he heard I was tired, so I guess, you know, maybe both of us were misunderstood with our intentions. There's much else to this floor. Also, I don't want to end up walking back into the same hole I fell in like 3 times. That orb is scary. It's the classic, it's a new thing, so it's scary situation. We are level 5 Battle Man. You've destroyed the robot. Technology must fear axe. Well, that's not good. That, I think, has alerted every monster on the floor to our presence here. That, I think, is the actual alarm trap. The one that summoned monsters, I think, is actually a separate trap. It is literally just like a summoned monster trap or something. That is also one of the few ways monsters can leave their rooms, as well, I do believe. I think... Oh, no, only certain monsters can't leave their rooms. Everybody else, I think, can. Just freely leave. Still only leather armor, still only a hand axe. We haven't gone far enough for them to get more consistent about giving us other things. Have an axe. Have an axe. Have an axe. Said, have a lance. Oh, all of those, and he only just now shot at me. Have an axe. Really? You survived all of those, huh? That's a yikes. Anyway, I'm gonna shoot you now. This whole range duel idea is not really working out according to plan. He's surviving very admirably and annoyingly. Oh, my bow broke. New bow time. The thing is, it was doing a lot less damage to me from a distance, which is why I'm like, you know, let's just go ahead and shoot him to death. That seems like a good idea. Ditto with him, mostly because I already had the bow in my hand. And I could check to see if, like, some of these helmets and such are enhanced in any way. But I think we're better off just waiting and hoping we find a better one. Because we might also just find a cursed one, sifting through them, and that just seems like a bad call. This is a big room. Alright. Ooh, another cane. Another hypnosis cane, in fact. Good news, everyone. I can put more enemies to sleep. But really, I could just make a long enough speech and I'd probably put them to sleep. More hand axes. Another gray potion. Maybe worth testing the gray potion after this fight. Depending on how low my health gets from fighting this thing, of course. Because apparently I can't hit it. There it goes. I just have to complain. Okay, these are healing potions. Here, heal potion. Which is best potion. That's a lot of snails right there. Not stay right here where the snails can all hit me. I believe all the enemies also have like specific move speeds and such too. Like you'll notice the snail takes a bit to move, but can attack constantly. We're down to 57. Let's hold that thought for a second though. Is to go in here? I don't think so. So, yeah, there we go. I was banking on it being like a 10 or 20 point food, not a 30 or 40 point food. I was thankfully right. Oh no, the ninjas. Oh boy. This sucks. Search scrolls, appraise scrolls. Okay, one ninja down. Ninja, go ninja, die. Try again. Come on. I'll hit you properly eventually. This is why I went in this little cubby hole, because I could only be attacked from 2 angles at once, which is way better than being out in the open. Cubby hole is friend. Cubby hole protects you. Maybe they don't leave. Maybe I was right the first time. Now we can loot the room, because the robots I don't think are particularly interested in us until we interact with them. Ink ring we have not used yet. Beginning to feel much better. Heal ring. That makes you regenerate much faster. You get 5 hit points per regen instead of 1. So those can be very, very handy, especially for saving food. That's a big useless room right there. There's probably a hole in there somewhere too, just for the hee hee ha ha. Like, huh, look at that idiot. He just walks into this big empty room for no other reason, and then he's curious and he falls down a hole. Haha. And I did debate, by the way, continuing Dungeon Explorer today, but I thought about it some more and I didn't do any prep, which I feel like I'm gonna have to do to be able to finish that game. Look, we have ring armor now. Strength 6 points. We have actual defense. Fuck you, robot. I have defense now. I have some regrets about my life choices. Aggravating this robot. Oh. something else about the Donathon that I should mention, by the way. There are going to be some caveats to certain series, and a couple things that I'm just going to nix being options straight away. Oh, that makes them stronger. I should have considered that. Lightning Ring, go! I wanted to test that idea. Turns out that was a bad idea. Yeah, a perfect example of things I'm going to nix completely is, we will not be playing Undertale or Deltarune, because the backseating for those games gets real out of hand, and if you don't play the game the way these certain parts of that community want you to, they get real pissy, and I'm just not dealing with it. That's just a no from the word go there. I have no problem with the games or necessarily the communities at hand. I just know that they have a behavior problem in a lot of streams that I've seen, so I'm just not going to deal with that problem. And the main point to this is also covering series of games, so there won't be any single games, ideally, being suggested for this, as far as the Donathon incentive goes. Which is another reason why, despite the fact that you could technically qualify something like Undertale and Deltarune as a series, I'm not gonna be allowing those, because they already fall into that gray area there too. I just want to get that out of the way. I'll be restating that and making that very clear when this event starts as well. But I just want to get that elephant in the room talked about straight away. Just like, hey, see the elephant? That's an elephant right there. So you know that that's a thing. Like, anything that is a series of games is completely allowed. Otherwise, I will be skipping over ones I've already done on stream, because I don't see a reason to do them. Like, say, if people put in a bunch of money for Metroid, for example, we'll be skipping over the Prime series and over Refusion, because those have already been covered.
We're being attacked!
Hello, Folly. How's it going? Probably shouldn't have gone up the stairs yet because we are still a little over full, but it's fine. Level 7 soldier now. Hooray! Yeah, other notable exceptions for the upcoming Donathon are going to be things that I won't have a meaningful or convenient way of streaming. Well, meaningful is not the word for it. Things that are going to cost money to make happen might be the better way to phrase it, considering the Donathon's purpose is because I'm broke. It'd be kind of counterintuitive to be buying games because of that. And you know. Now, obviously, if I can find a workaround for that problem, I will. And if people ask for series that involve entries that don't work, like straight up do not function, I will be offering alternatives for people in those situations as well. Just to make sure everybody gets what they want without it being unfair to anybody. Because the intent is for this just to be a fun thing, a way for me to get out of the financial nightmare that is modern life a bit, and give people an opportunity to make me play things that they would want to see played that I more than likely probably wouldn't play on stream otherwise. Like, as an example, Kingdom Hearts is suddenly on the table, whereas I would otherwise absolutely not play that because I don't care about those games and they're very overplayed in my opinion. So there really wouldn't be a value to me specifically playing those. But this situation like this provides an opportunity for people to get me to do that anyway. But you know, mixed benefits and negatives to that. So it really all depends on how you feel about that as a concept. Whether this would overall be something anyone would be interested in. But I was, put it bluntly, kind of struggling with coming up with incentive ideas. And this at least sounded interesting in my head. So I figured it'd be worth a shot. I don't know if anybody else struggles with this, but I cannot, for the life of me, come up with things to offer for something like a subathon or a donathon. I just cannot come up with incentive ideas. For some reason. Just nothing comes to mind. That's an immediate, like, yes, people are gonna want that. That's gonna be something that'll be worth offering to incentivize. Is either tipping, donating, etc. And I think part of it is I don't like putting things behind a paywall, which technically Donathon and such incentives technically aren't putting things behind a paywall, but it kind of feels the same. So I feel a bit bad. Just throwing a couple helmets in such a way so we have space for when we pick things up on the next floor. Basically anything that's like garbo. That's also why I've not leaned as much as I could into like sub goals and such either. It's like, what the hell do I even offer as a sub goal? Oh, that right. I did only have one space for these. Right, Lance. Oh, it's just a. Why is there a short sword at this point? Go away. And that's just another lance. I kind of figured. Ah, damn it. Yeah, I kind of figured that was it. There's the door. Door to my nightmares. Ring armor. Now, your weapons can be destroyed. I do believe. Either they can be destroyed or leveled down or something like that. To the point where you want to get rid of them. I have so many canes. I should just try this yellow cane at this point. You do. Attack cane. Okay, that's good. We're gonna want to hang on to the next yellow cane we find. With the gray one. Ah! Oh! That's the go the fuck away wand. Okay, you know what? That's actually kind of useful. That, I believe, throws them to a random part of the level. Just like somewhere else. Yeah, just letting y'all know my thoughts as far as all that goes, since we have another of those events upcoming. There's a bit more context of why I do things the way I do. Is there anything I want to appraise other than a potion? I don't think so. Already know what... No, we don't know what the gray ring does, but I can just put that on and then put a different ring. Should be fun. Do that, or I test one of these scrolls, but since we have pairs of them, I can just use them and probably be fine. Let's see what the purple potion is. Chaos potion. I'm glad I checked that, because I'm pretty sure those are bad for me. Pretty sure that confuses you when you drink it. Purple scroll does... Your gear has been saved from rust. Okay, that, I believe, is what I was talking about before with your gear being destroyed. Is I believe it can be rusted and... That either levels it down or destroys it. I can't remember which. This... Monsters are confused. So we now know that that's a Chaos Scroll. And the Gray Ring... Begin to feel much better. Flame Ring. Okay. That was one of the few positive rings left, I think. Honestly, we're doing decently on power. How about I put the Armor Ring on so our power and attack are similar? Wow. Purple Scroll. A yellow potion. I think we... No, it was a yellow scroll or something that we used before. That was the used. Either a scroll or a cane. No, we did have a yellow potion before. Well, bottoms up. We suddenly feel hungry. Yikes! Yikes! That's a bad one to get. Because you'll notice we have one food now. Yay! We're gonna start starving if I don't find food. Instead, I found wizards. So, anti-magic cane time again. Is these guys, I believe, are the ones that confuse you. And that would be terrible when there's 3 of them in the room with you. Level 9 warrior. Amoeba. Crunch. Maybe this will be a better spear, so I don't have to keep relying on the no accuracy weapon. Nope, it's just a lance. Now we're hungry. Could just go straight to another floor, but that'd be a horrendous idea. No, most likely. So I might not have a choice, because it doesn't seem like there's any other exits. You know what? Fine, we're just going then. We're just leaving. Let's to this floor. Hey, remember when I said there are floors that are literally just big open rooms full of monsters and items? Yeah, this is one of them. It's a bad time to have this, too, considering we're hungry. So, Chaos Scroll time. Monsters are confused. It's time to also put on the heal ring, I think. I believe the heal ring will counteract the starving. No, it doesn't. Never mind, that doesn't help at all. But you'll notice the enemies I avoided did not pursue me. That's the important part about the benefit there. This is scroll. Have an axe. Okay. Need to find a heal or food or something. That ring might work. Nope, that's a black ring. Nope. That's a ring we already picked up before. I think we might be SOL here, y'all. I think it's over. I mean, at least that's a positive prison. It could be worse. Try the gray scroll. You've been teleported. Well, that's great, except it didn't teleport me anywhere useful. Wait, there's food. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. The situation is now recoverable. Because I will start regenerating. There's the exit if I want to just bail out of here. Main helmet is better. Put that on. Nice, we managed to kill the wizard immediately. Steel shield, yes! The danger of this floor is worth it. I also picked up a longsword that's not really strong enough to replace a battle axe with, necessarily. Though. Even though the accuracy of this battle axe is a menace to my functionality. I'm so glad we have this healing ring. Would be sunk right now. Not that we're necessarily in a great position either way, but we're in a much better position than if we didn't have it. For them. Sweep the rest of this room and make sure there wasn't anything else to pick up. Nope. Just this scroll and sword. Can't fit in my inventory. Please be a better than longsword sword. Nope, it's just long. That's fine. That's still useful. How much power did a longsword have again? Yeah, 4 points. That's not good enough. Chain helm in case things go awry with the other one. Green potion. Do we know what green does yet? We do not know what green does. But our health is currently full, so let's not toy with that. We now already found the digest potion, so we don't have to worry about that. Use any of them. I mean, technically I could throw the potion at one of the enemies and find out a little bit about what it does that way. Speaking of, get blinded, idiot. It missed. Because that's what the blinder potions are actually good for, is you throw them at your enemies so that they are less likely to hit you. Gonna get rid of some of this because I don't think this tree can move. Yep, it shoots magic, right? I forgot about that. That's okay. Still lets me get rid of some items and still have them be somewhat useful. Get rid of these leather helmets. Okay, should be able to go just cut the tree down now. There we go. Probably could have cut it down a lot earlier than that, but I wanted to get rid of those stuff, like I said. Because we can't tell on the ground what anything is, so we need to have space to be able to cycle. To see what things are. Gotta be careful with some of these slimes, by the way, because at some point the slimes will start duplicating. Oh, that's a mimic bag. It's upsetting. Struggling to hit said mimic bag, too, which is all the worse. Okay, you know what? You've offended me. Walk away from you, and then throw something at you. Because I had a thought as I was about to throw this. I'm not sure that that would cause AoE damage to me or not, so let's just not be next to that when it blows up. Well, that's all the monsters aware that I'm here. All of China knows I'm here. Oh, I got a healing potion, so that's good. I need to make weapon space again, though. There you go. Of course, the most accurate weapon is the one that misses. Let's do some long-distance lumberjack work. We'll keep one longsword just in case. If something happens to our battle axe. Unless that spear happens to be really good. Trident. It's not an accusation, I have proof. Hey there, Faye, how's it going? You're doing well. Trident, though, will be worth switching to it. It doesn't do as much damage as the axe, but it's guaranteed to hit. And it's 5 points as opposed to the 4 points of the sword. Drink our healing potion so I don't die. Still wearing the heal ring. Let's put the power-up ring on to make up for the Trident's lower damage. See, there it is. They've duplicated twice now. This is why I need to get rid of those, because they'll just keep multiplying. Excuse me for having the wrong subspecies. Kinda hard to tell what they are till the nameplate pops up. Don't carry my monster manual with me. That's a lot of food. Okay, good. I didn't end up eating too much by cleaning that all out. Oh, this one's a mimic too. Come on. These are everywhere. Well, even the pocket edition's kind of big. Doesn't fit in most actual pockets. Not that this armor has pockets anyway. It's kind of a design flaw, really. Oh, Blizzard Ring. Oh wow, you lived through that, huh? That's upsetting. Yeah, I kind of figured that the fire ring wouldn't be worth it against a tree that's on fire, but I kind of figured the blizzard ring might, you know, work. Not so much. How about we just don't deal with these trees? They can't move, and they can only shoot in 4 cardinal directions, so we'll just ignore those. Exactly. Just think of how many scrolls I could fit in my pocket if I didn't have a book there. This might be a good axe, so I should probably make space for it. And again, we do have 2 battle axes on hand already. But what about more, though? Because at the very least, I can start throwing the spares at enemies. And they might actually have better accuracy than if I use them in melee. There's gotta be a secret door somewhere. Or just a door that I didn't walk up close to. And I feel like that qualifies for most magic items in D&D after a point. A lot of them are pretty goofy. Outside of your standard, like, oh yeah, this is just a insert thing plus 1. What does it do? Well, it's a thing plus 1. Does its thing 1 better? Oh, this is a long hallway. Why is this like 90% hallway? Jesus, that's a lot of things. Walked into a forest fire. Oh god. Maybe slightly cursed. Depends on how lonely the one who acquires it is, really. You know what? I'm just leaving. This is not worth it for me to deal with. Taking my food and I'm going home. Oh yeah, there's also mimic weapons, by the way. This sword just lifts up and tries to kill you. So I was right, there was a secret door in that room, just for some reason when I checked it from the other side it didn't work. This still doesn't lead to the exit, so nuts to this room. Probably like a secret door somewhere along the way here. Oh god, they're just imagining everything with it. That, you know, that's a much stronger curse right there. That's a much stronger curse. So, that whole your load seems lighter thing that just popped up, that's the shinobi stealing things from you. I forget if he steals items or if he just steals money. I think he actually straight up steals items and the game doesn't tell you what got stolen. So, you know, hope you notice what got stolen. Nope, just another longsword. Oh joy. Well, it's only unimportant if you don't notice and then never need it. I have missed many a potion in my inventory and then found out later, oh hey, I needed that. Don't want to eat that yet. Don't have much room for my belly. Aha, there's the door. Good. Good. That's what the world needs. More of these. Well, let's do an experiment here, shall we? Oh, I'm getting put to sleep. Never mind, the experiment's off. The experiment's being called off as we speak. Help. Help. Being stabbed in the back because I'm asleep. Okay, that only works on the one it immediately hits, even though it spreads out. That's what I wanted to check. Okay, green crystals need to die very, very quickly because they put you to sleep and bad things happen. And I've been robbed again. My gold definitely went down, so I think he's just stealing my gold. Which that doesn't matter. My points. My points that don't mean anything to me. Oh no. Hey, at some point we became a level 13 fighter. I don't think I called that one out. Helmet away. This longsword away. This longsword away. Hand axe. Longsword. Ah, damn it. Another hand axe. You know what? You need snail. You need an axe. Here, catch. You didn't want it, huh? That's understandable. How about a shuriken? Didn't want that either. How about this shuriken? What if I sign this one? You want that one? Nope, I didn't want that one either. Admittedly, my signature's not worth anything yet. Okay, snail shoots big laser ball. Understood. Also hits really hard. Understood. Everything about that was pain. We have a solution to pain. It's called putting a magic ring back on and healing. I wish healing rings existed. Actually, do I? Because that would have a lot of consequences of its own. The healing ring would only really be good to a point. So, one of three things happened that I've only just now noticed. A, I was wrong and the shinobi do steal items, and they stole my shield. B, the blast I took from the snail rusted the shield, I didn't have the steel shield on when I used the rust-proof scroll, which would explain why everything else survived. Or mystery answer C of I don't know what happened to my shield, but my shield's gone now. Black ring that I can throw at things. That's a pit. Hey, you know that floor we were just on? It looked really neat. I guess I wanted to see it again. And it looks so much better when it's repopulated with monsters, doesn't it? This is a problem. This right here is what's commonly referred to as a problem. By the way, the Kamikaze Cane does not work how you might think it does. It isn't a destroy yourself scroll. It's actually the staff that blows enemies away. It's Divine Wind rather than the other option. I think it might be over, folks. I think this might be how we die. Because my only alternative is to step up one space and hope for the best. Okay, we did manage to parry the sleep, so actually we might be okay. We're still wearing the heal ring, so I can just kind of walk myself to health for a moment here. Oh, that worm melted my gear away, and then everything is pummeling me because I'm asleep. I can't believe we managed to wake up from that, but gonna go ahead and just put a new helmet on. There you go. Just pop that on your head. This is problems. Everything about this is problems. Don't know what the green potion does. I don't think that'll help this situation. You have a Blizzard Ring. So I think my best play... Blizzard Ring you. And then we die. I should have Blizzard Ringed him earlier, but I thought I could get away with it. But nope, we have an actual gravestone, and a bunch of people are actually mourning our death now because we became more important as we went. And you can actually continue, as I discussed before. We can continue from this monster closet floor at the level we were and with everything we had at that exact moment. But we will not be doing that. I'm gonna get up for a moment since the ads are running, go check on a thing or two, make sure there's no packages and all that, and then we will go to the next game. One moment. Okay. Game loaded. Might very well be the last one, depending on how long it lasts. So we'll go ahead and do this one. Go, nice, easy switch there, because all I do is change the text. Welcome back from ad hell. And honestly, if you wanted ad breaks to be a death penalty, just play a mobile game. You'll basically end up in that same position anyway. And this is Blaster Master 2. Made by different people than the original Blaster Master, but published by Sunsoft. And it supposedly does actually just take place after the NES Blaster Master, so we'll see how that goes. Okay, it functions and moves like a Blaster Master, so that much is correct. Just making sure it wasn't loud. It felt a little loud in my ears at first. Can't shoot that. Oh, I picked up something. Okay, I'm picking up hearts. They just kind of blended in a little bit. Missile. Now I've just got missiles that I fire by pressing that button. Okay, understood. Enemies respawn as one would expect them to. I do appreciate that I actually can shoot with the terrain instead of having to hand angle my shots when I'm on a slope. I feel like that's gonna end up being a detriment at some point somehow. Okay, I can jump that high. Case in point, it ended up being a detriment right there. Now, for those that don't know Blaster Master, you can actually get out of your tank and become a small man. And it's going to be required in certain areas to do so. It looks like it's not required here. This was just an alternative angle to get at those things that were guarding this ledge here. This is a dick move right here. Now, we actually are sharing a health bar, it seems, in this version, so that's something to keep in mind. I believe their health was separate in the NES version. I don't remember, it's been too long since I played it. And I never finished it, because original Blaster Master's kinda nasty at times. Okay, that just seems to be sealing me in as I go. That's a lot of bats. It's also not a lot of health. Hey look, there's the health I so desperately need, right there on the other side of the wall. Wonderful. Ooh, he dropped health. Except it seems to have disappeared when it fell off screen, but at least the other one also dropped health. I'm gonna assume somehow those water droplets will hurt me. As absurd a concept as that may be, that seems exactly video game levels of absurd. Can't break through that. Why are there suddenly robots piling up on top of my tank? I get the feeling I'm not going in a useful direction. Yeah, that's back where we were. Well, it got me health back that I promptly lost. This place is refilled with enemies, because of course it has. Okay, good, I can shoot down a ladder. I wasn't sure if I could. Okay, back in the tank. We did gain health, so overall that was worth it. And we did find an area I can't go into yet, so that's also worth something. Okay, that's how I switch my sub-weapons. Ooh, okay, that's how lightning works, sure. It looks like I don't have a choice but to go down this ladder and have my tank get guarded by robots again. Oh, so there's fall damage in this version, but only for Jason. Understood. I believe the dude's name was Jason. I assume it's still the same guy. Was the original one a different guy? I'm thinking of Blaster Master Zero. Honestly, I don't know. You would have to ask someone who knows this much better than I do any of these questions if you expect to actually get an answer that will make any sense. Not that I can guarantee the plot of Blaster Master necessarily making sense. So I believe the Japanese version of Blaster Master for the NES actually made sense, and then the Americanized version for some reason went off the rails in places. Reasons? Something like that, I think, was the thing that happened. Which, when I did a tiny bit of research on this, A, to make sure this was a real game that existed, because there are a bunch of bootlegs and such out there. Turns out this was one that was made only for North America, give or take. At the very least, it never ended up going over to Japan, which I found was odd. Assuming the information I was reading is accurate, which, you know, never can 100% guarantee that either. That's believable enough. Because there are a bunch of situations where a series will start in either America or Japan and not be popular enough in whichever. So there ends up being entries that are only in one or the other. And not always necessarily the one it originated in. As long as, you know, there are rights holders that allow for the thing to be made. Something I didn't try was firing missiles at these walls. We've got these. Nope. Doesn't work. Okay. It was worth a try. Because I believe that was how you burrowed through blocks in the NES one, is you fired rockets at them. And then you were able to pass. You also get a lot of your new abilities and such, I believe, from walking segments. Specifically, like this entrance right here. Now the question is, do they do the top-down thing in this one, or do they make this a side-scrolling segment? That's the better question. How do I door? Which is also a very good question. I'm slowly dying to water dripping on my head because I can't seem to use the door. Don't understand. You would think I have to go in that door. But maybe I need to do something to activate the door? Oh, there we go. Up and A is how I do it. I was pressing, like, every combination. Oh, no, these are side-scrolling segments. Okay. I'm kind of more with that than the top-down segments, if I'm honest. Oh, this thing's literally just a boss fight. Okay, sure. Master of bugs. Might still die, though, if he rears up at an inopportune time. Got it. It's a little off from that, but it's close to it. It's like a very metalized Flight of the Bumblebee. Oh, I can just hold the button and shoot now. Okay. I assume this also upgrades its tank's gun. Why can't I get back in the tank? Did I park in literally the one place where I won't be able to get back in the tank? Because you have to press down and C to get in the tank and out of the tank. Uh-oh. Did I really... I really did fuck up, I think. Huh. Well, this is a fucking problem. Wait, got it. Promptly blew up. I tried that already. The only way I was able to do it was by being in the air and doing it, which is stupid, but it worked. I still have the gun upgrade, so it doesn't matter. Joke's on you, game. Killing me didn't matter. You couldn't hurt me in any way that meant anything. But I really should remember, don't park on top of ladders. It's a bad idea. For genuinely so many reasons. Now we have to go find out whether this actually meant anything in the long run or not. Or whether that wasn't the answer to our problem. Boy. But at the end of the day, it's still useful to have this upgraded gun. Exactly. That's your one word of wisdom for the day, is don't park on ladders. Aha, I was right. This does break blocks. Grab this heal. Why both the man-sized gun and the tank-sized gun can both break blocks now? Good question, but let's not worry about that part. The important part is it worked. When in doubt, blame alien technology. Oh, that was actually very nice. Just a whole hallway full of healing. Surprisingly good. I kind of expected this one to be a bit more shitposty because I never hear about Blaster Master 2. I only ever hear about the NES one and the Game Boy one, aside from the Blaster Master Zero series. Which the Zero series is quite good. I haven't played all of them, but I've seen enough to know that they're good. They are hard, though, at times. That's in keeping with the original, so that makes nothing but sense. The constantly spawning enemies thing is kind of annoying, though, in this so far. That might be my one major complaint with this particular game so far. Bees! Huh. I mean, if you're just gonna hover there and shoot at me, I'm just gonna, like, unload into you and hope for the best here. Because you seem to be losing this fight. Yeah, that, I just win by doing one thing. That gave me a key. Okay. So there's fall damage. See, the Flood of the Bumblebee-ish music fit way better for fighting the bee, rather than fighting the grub. Either you dropped health, huh? Oh, right, there's a turret. Okay, the turret dropped health. We're back in business. And that opens this. All right. Let's go. What the? Suddenly we're in a top-down segment in the tank. Huh. Oh god, and I have to press C to rotate the turret. Oh no. Oh no. B and C rotate the turret now instead of using my sub-weapons. Oh god. I also seem to do, like, no damage to these things. I don't like it in there. Let's go back to the side-scrolling land for a moment here. Get ready. I was half expecting it to put me back at the beginning of the stage when it hit me with the get ready. I'm gonna try to get some health before we go back into top-down land. Of course, now you guys don't want to respawn conveniently. I see. I see how it is. They seem to just kind of spawn at the edge of the screen. They don't seem to necessarily spawn in specific spots. I just kind of hang out here. I think another one will spawn. In theory. I keep my head on a swivel. I don't think it's working. I don't think my plan's working. Okay, there's health. Much better. I'm much more willing to go into new places now that I'm not gonna be dead in one hit. Like, look how much I'm unloading ammo into that thing, and it just doesn't seem to care. It slows down a little bit, and that's it. God damn it. So, the controls in the top-down world are a little weird. Is you have 4-directional control of the movement of the tank. Like, you don't rotate it like tank controls. You just press a direction and it goes. But you have to rotate the turret using the other buttons. It's a little bizarre. Oh, power up. Oh, did that just blast that thing over there open? I don't know. What the hell is going on? This is just riddled with traps, huh? Okay, shooting that does nothing. Shooting this one. Does shooting this one do anything for some reason? No. Do I, like, bump into it? No. None of my other inputs seem to do much of anything. I wanted to make sure I couldn't get out of the vehicle in this section or anything. This just seems to run away from me. Just go ahead and blow that up. It moved like a prey animal, so my first instinct was to hunt it down. I guess I'm slow now? I guess that was just a temporary slow. Interesting. So there's fast and slows, I guess. Because there's the arrow going forward and then the arrow going backward. Okay, the E is energy, which makes sense. I don't know why the other one was just backing away constantly and not shooting. I know, I'm almost dead. I understand that video game. Turns out I have eyes to see that my health bar is low. You're just gonna keep beeping at me now? Fun fact, game designers, making the game beep at me does not incentivize me healing. That just incentivizes me in not wanting to deal with it at all. Especially when it's an obnoxious beep like that. Okay, it seems like I can find an angle that he can't shoot me back from. You know, any health being in this area would be really nice. I'm stuck. God damn it. Oh, I thought I was dead already. My hit bar was empty, so I'm like, I'm dead. Don't even need to think about it any further. At least we respawned here, though. Respawning here is actually surprisingly nice. Starting to get a handle on this. Sort of. Still feels kind of weird, but it's a workable kind of weird. Oh, I is temporary invincibility. Okay, I must have just not picked it up when it appeared before then. Ah, plus is temporary boosted attack. So I can just machine gun now. The fact that these power-ups are temporary kind of sucks, though. But turns out the path I didn't take was a completely pointless path. Over here. Mystery was a slowdown of that for me. Did still get the energy though, so everything's fine. Oh, that's what the bee does. It is a bomb like I thought it was. Is the things that were destroyed on the walls were random turrets that I didn't realize were turrets because they were destroyed from way off to the sides of the screen at the time. Okay. That makes sense, which means these are destructible. They are. That changes things. Oh, that's why I was getting shot at. Okay. Don't actually like this faster speed, please. Thank you. Health back. Very interesting that they kept the walking sections as side-scrolling and then gave you top-down tank combat. Like, they didn't want to get rid of the top-down segments, but they decided that the actual, like, human walking segments weren't it, I guess. Its invincibility ain't gonna last long enough. Yep, it's not. I don't think it's designed to last long enough. I don't know what the point to it being specifically there even was. a lot of decisions in here that I don't fully understand. It's definitely solid, just, like, full of odd choices. Actually, no, I make odd choices all the time. Look at the fact that I just go rolling through these turrets instead of shooting them. What's that? One sec, y'all. I just heard a noise. Never mind. The fact that all this was still destroyed makes me think I didn't need to come back over here. Back to beeping. Actually shoot these this time so they don't cause me a whole heartache. Did before. So it's a little bit too late for some of it, I admit. It is very hard to actually fit the tank through. Looks like this place isn't designed for it. Except they've got their little weird bug vehicles driving all over the place in here, so... Clearly it has to have been at least somewhat intended for that. This is not quite the room I wanted to end up in. I saw that room full of items, and I would have liked to have gotten there. Perhaps there's still a way to get there. I'm just going about it the wrong way. Oh, there was a bomb at the end of the hall here. That would have actually been really helpful. Maybe I'll stop firing so wildly down these hallways, I suppose. At the same time, we're nearly dead, so I'm being cautious. Imagine trying to get through here without me having learned that I can just shoot those. Just imagine how much worse this would be. Well, there's a door here, so this might actually be to an area that I can actually be more functional in. I'm on my last Never mind. It was to a death trap. Not a complete death trap, thankfully. Oh, maybe it was. Why are there so many of them in here? They crammed like 5 robots in that little room. Okay, at least I continue in place, so you know what? This is fine. That is so overkill, though, having that many tanks in here waiting for me. Still more. Is there like a spawner up there or something? Where the hell are you all coming from? There's not a single damn power-up in there either. Yeah, I think there is a spawner, because there's just still more of them showing up. Yeah, I think they're spawning from that little pad there. This is kind of garbage. Gonna be honest with you. There you go, get bombed, idiot. If I park here, they can't spawn. Seems to be the case. Okay, so we just had to be really aggressive. Yeah, because they just keep spawning as long as I'm not on it. Jesus, that's a bad design right there. But we're finally back to side-scrolling. Stage 2, get ready. So I guess there wasn't a boss of the actual stage. There was just a pair of bosses to get through the stage. Okay. This area is kind of miserable. Music's kind of fun. A similar, I'm not really entirely sure what's happening kind of way to the rest of this game so far. It's so nice to have like a shoulder button that I could switch weapons with. I like bats, but unfortunately I have to destroy these, otherwise they will cause me grief. Not out of this yet. Just, you know, partially out of this. In grave danger. Okay, this is something I drive into with the tank. Means, oh no. This is still side-scrolling, and in fact, it's a great place to be because it had all kinds of goodies. I was terrified that it was gonna be another vertical section. I'm glad I picked up so many of these sub-weapons. They seem, I wouldn't say necessary, but incredibly useful. Is a fair statement to make. His enemies take so much fire from your main gun. Oh, I can't fit through there, huh? Oh. Oh, because there's a little cave here. Okay. And get my health almost full. See what's going on in here. I assume it's gonna be another boss that's gonna give me another upgrade or a key. Oh, nope, there's actually like a platforming section for little human us to do. Full of death water. Why does this water even hurt me anyway? Well, I guess maybe it's not water. I don't know what it is, but I guess it has to not be water. It's not good water. They knew what they were doing with a lot of this, considering the amount of health they've strewn about everywhere. They knew they were making things painful. There's a star and a bunch of other goodies over there. I probably want that. Let's see what's over here first. Tank. Okay, so it's got horizontally firing lightning and then diagonally firing lightning. Thing's not really that strong. Apparently that lightning just kind of hits me sometimes, even though it didn't make contact. It's speeding up. It's shooting more because it's speeding up. I jumped too early. Oh, it's going crazy now. Yeah, the timing got so weird once it started shooting that much. I wasn't sure what to do there anymore. Get ready. Based on the music, I think I'm still in the boss fight. Sweet, okay. That's actually super generous of them. I'm so used to the faster shots now that I'm like, man, when is it shooting? Ow. That's when it's shooting. It becomes a real problem when it goes off screen because you can't tell when the shot's gonna happen. But on the bright side, we've taken a lot less damage this time. So honestly, I probably can mostly just tank it. Especially when it gets to this phase where it just starts going wild. Yeah, that was better to just tank at that point. Because there wasn't much room to jump and shoot anymore. There might have been like a spot where I could have angled shots at him. Better armor, huh? Okay. Not that I can tell. The fact that those guys can shoot missiles at me from in a whole other section, so mean. I was waiting until the water droplets came down because I knew they were there, I just didn't know where they were anymore. Aha! That's how I get to where those guys were. Where the star and everything is. I don't know what the star is. Maybe it's an extra life. That's exactly what it is. Oh god, there's giant murder fish. Oh, I guess I could have just walked over there through the more normal means as well if I wanted to. But who would do such a thing as that when you could go in through a sneakier path? And now we're dead again. Good thing I got that extra life. Stage 2, get ready. And that puts me back at the beginning of the stage. That's kind of fine. I'm going to assume the armor applies to me and my car. Just because the gun upgrade applied to both, so why wouldn't the armor upgrade? Should have went back through that other door though, because there was power-ups in that room. I was just trying to get away from all of the death everywhere. Also, it's definitely not being able to go underwater that we gained, that's for sure. Also, all of the health we lost going back here, don't think it was worth getting these now. I think we basically just went back to the health I had before I went back here. Which is less than effective, all things considered. Decidedly less than effective. Back over where past was where we were, so I don't need to go back there. Assuming I kept the armor like I did the weapon. Which I don't see any reason why it would behave differently, so I'm just gonna assume I'm correct there. And could that be wrong? Absolutely, but I'm gonna go with it anyway. Okay, we got metal blocks now, so I assume I need another gun upgrade. They've really distributed just enough health pickups to keep this from being too dire. Like, not by much. Definitely gets real concerning, but... Oh, I see. I have to go disable thing down there. Sure that the missiles aren't... The rockets, rather, aren't what I need for this. Yeah, they just passed through. I kind of figured. Here's what I need for this. Somewhere now. Of course, now you're dropping all the health, now that I don't need it for the moment. Of course. So I ain't kidding when I say for the moment on that one, I think. Case in point, we already lost enough health that going back in here is worth it. Tank's made out of rubber. Just bouncing off everything. Very kind of them not to have spawned the cat back right when I go through that door again, by the way. Because they could have. They absolutely could have. Maybe there's something I need over here somewhere. Back where the bats were. I just didn't notice it. No, there isn't. There's power-ups, though. Better than nothing. There's value to the idea of just lightning spamming my way to victory. We certainly have a lot of lightning at this point. So I could just keep firing that off at need as a potential solution to things. I don't think I can get up there. Oh, those just hurt me, huh? Good. Play is actually to go back into this area over here, because maybe there's something I missed. But we died on our way back out, so I feel like that can't be the case, but we can at the very least go back and get that extra life again. You know, if I don't get defeated by water. Honestly, with all the damage I took in here, I'm not sure that extra life was worth it. I feel like we're just gonna lose that life again anyway. Especially since I keep taking fall damage going through those small passages that you would think would be safe to land down. They aren't. I forgot that that thing drops. God damn it. I was gonna say, I'm just gonna kind of scoot over and then scoot back to keep spawning that turret to try to get health. And, well, good news, I got health. Not necessarily the way I intended to, but I got health. I did see what this, like, ball weapon does. Oh, it's a shield. It's a shield. See. Maybe that's why this game just loves draining your health, is they're expecting you to just be spamming the shield. I suppose there's logic to that. Though it is one of the less common power-up drops so far, so maybe not. Hard to say. But at the very least, when I'm facing off against an enemy that is stronger, doesn't just take a few shots to take out, I may want to start considering using the shield more. And the way you get... Oh no, you don't get trapped over here, never mind. I thought for a moment you do get trapped over here. Where else do they want me to go? Like, this is only stage 2, so I don't see why this is so confusing. And I guess confusing is not the right word. Just unclear? Unclear might be the right word. Because I can't even fit through there, and I'm gonna assume... Oh, I can walk through that. Now, in what world would you assume you can walk through a big arcing thing of electricity? Unless maybe that's what the armor we picked up does. Lets me walk through electricity. Which still falls under the purview of why would I think that that would work. And I'm betting now these will hurt me. Even though they're the exact same visual effect. God, it dropped health. I do appreciate how he auto-fires down the stairs as he's running down the stairs. Nothing's been in the position where it would matter to shoot down the stairs like that. But someday it might be. Like that. Well, that was more upstairs than downstairs, but you get the point. Let's fight. Boss fight. Okay, so now it's Drill Tank. Drilled my toes. Oh, wait. I think I screwed up. No, not that allowed me to move and shoot. Well, it's game over anyway. Does it let me continue from the boss fight? If it does, I'll keep trying. Nope. That is just the end, huh? Okay. I don't particularly want to keep going with this at this point. Do I want to play one more game, or do we end? I do still have 1, 2, 3 games that I didn't do. Yeah, you know what? This one's dumb. I need people to see this one. 'Cause I've only seen this one. I've never played it. This is Technocop. This is probably, like, the dumbest thing on the Genesis. You just drive along, drive in your car. You got a gun, so, you know, you may as well just shoot people while you're driving your car. Prior time of arrival, less than 5 minutes. Distance to scene of crime, 14. I'm assuming that's miles. So basically, we are a cop. We're trying to get to the scene of a crime quick enough. And that guy's trying to run us off the road. I don't know what his deal is. He's kind of a dick. Why is the distance not going down? There we go. 292. In progress. Granny held hostage. Suspect violent. Dead or alive. Pulling over now. This is a really nice animation. Now we're in the side-scrolling segment. Civilian injured. Minus 5,000 points. People explode when you shoot them in this game. Like, they just turn into a puddle for some reason. Like, how powerful a handgun is this? Now, there's a net gun we could switch to. And check out the jumps this guy's got, too. This game is absurd. Nope, he's not attacking me. Get netted, idiot. Get netted, idiot, too. Hello, madam. Don't mind me. You keep an eye on those guys. No, not the barrel. Aha, I've jumped over your barrel. Remember, he was said to be dead or alive. Well, he's very dead because I needed to reload my net gun and, bear in mind, the rest of these guys we're not getting paid for, and I'm down. I'm going to lose because I can't get out of here fast enough. Ooh, a big bag of money. I believe we actually will straight up get fired when we get back to our car because we took too long. There's no music or anything either. Just the sounds of you. Could blast the kid again, but let's not do that. I know I'm allowed to keep going. Never mind. I think I would have gotten a bonus if I'd gotten out of there fast enough. Get out of here with your bikes. An officer of the law. The red car just deleted itself when I ran into it. I don't really know why. I really don't know if this is just traffic or if these are like criminals trying to stop me. Oh, that was a rock. Pick up the pace though. I got a time limit. Danger, automobile has lost control. I know. It's almost like I'm spinning wildly in my car right now because I ran into something. We should still make it in time. I may or may not have just thrown that motorcyclist into a giant boulder. It's fine. Don't worry about the details. Yes, we're right there. 967 in progress. Armed and dangerous. Dead or alive, pulling over now. Can try to get this one alive, unlike the last one. Fucking kid. Kicked me in the shins. Keep accidentally switching to my net gun. Now you'll notice there is an indicator of where the guy is. The little white part of the thing around our timer. Oh, but there's a wall in the way. God damn it. Chased a red herring. Got Coneheads throwing ninja stars at me, because of course we do. Wanna be Jason's chopping me to pieces. This should be where our target is. So let's try to take him alive. Watch out for the... He's a magician. Get netted, idiot. We're now a Flatfoot. Good thing we don't need to worry about the fact that he's just rolling around on the floor there next to a bomb. You know, that's more of a him problem than a me problem. This game's just dumb, and this is why I wanted to show this off, is this game makes no sense. You're just kind of strolling along, everybody wants you dead, and you just blast a random criminal and move on with your life. Turbocharger are awarded. It means we got a higher rank, so our car's faster now. Much easier to make go out of control, of course. There's not even a crime in progress yet. There we go. Now there's a crime in progress. But I run you off the road, huh? How do you like it? That's right. Start shooting your tires out. Might have exploded a couple cars, but you know what? We gotta stop crimes. Ignoring the fact that I'm committing crimes on my way to stop crimes. I'm just being realistic here. 232 in progress at the old MacGyver building. Drug deal in progress. Proceed with caution. Shoot to kill, pulling over now. Oh, he's not a dead or alive. He's just... They want him dead. Dr. Granny, okay, you might get to live. If killing people, you might get to live. Dealing drugs, die. That is also a little too real, huh? Got knifed in the back as soon as I walked past that door. Above me, so I may as well take this elevator and hope for the best. Nope. That man's trying to whip me. Ah. I think I'm down to my last life. I think that's what those red rectangles are. Okay, he's on the other side of that wall. I need to go higher up, go up and over to get over there, I assume. This is an elevator that can go both ways. Honey. Just slurp up that money. It kicked me in the damn shins and then kept me in place long enough to get whipped to death. You have been killed. Game over. You have reached the rank of Flatfoot. So yeah, I just wanted to show that. I'm not going to play that one for long, because that one isn't that good. But it certainly is a game. It is a game of all time. This is more what I'm actually going to play for at least a bit longer yet. Kadash. The arcade version is apparently way better, but this is the only version I ever ended up interacting with. You have the fighter and the mage. As soon as I figure out how to... I did not want to select the fighter. God damn it. I have to reboot it. It was being weird. I do think the fighter is the easier choice, but I like the mage. Mage is not physically powerful, but his magic is strong. He gains power quickly. The fighter is strong and tough, but cannot use magic. Beginners will do better with him. Give magic. And you only get 3 letters for your name. Welcome, Dirk. Long have I waited for a brave man to come. This you must know. Not so long ago, my kingdom Durzar was a peaceful country. But then came the evil Balrog, who abducted the princess Salasa, my only daughter, and laid waste to my happy land. I trust in you to rescue my daughter and return her safe to me. Now go, Dirk. Dirk has obtained medicinal herbs. Medicinal herbs. As these old people just kind of wave sticks at me. The quest for the Balrog will not be an easy one. Take along as many trusty comrades as you can find. You'll need them. Open the treasure chest and prepare yourself for the journey. Already did. Right now we can whack with stick in many ways and jump. To use the stairs, stand in front of the entrance and press up. Open a door, you must use a key of the same color. Where are the keys? How should I know? You know, that's a good point. Why would you know where the keys are? They say that in this world there are 5 countries. The countries are connected through magical gates. As you might imagine, the 5 countries are probably going to be the 5 stages. Go forth and slay the evil demons, then take their gold to buy better armor and weapons. You know, that's good advice. Yeah, I got 2 jump buttons, in fact. This is the Royal Palace of Dirzar. You know what? It's almost like I was just in there. I feel like I should know that already. Boing, 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 boing. Walk to the right along this road. You will soon reach the entrance to the caves. Right? Any dangers await you in the caves. Stop in the shops along the way. There you will find things that will help you. As if I have any money. It says that deep in the caves there's a magical gate to another country, guarded by a giant. So our first boss will be a giant. I assume we have to travel the 5 countries to get to the princess. The overhead swing's better choice for these guys, I suppose. Thankfully, medicinal herbs will heal you automatically. But as you can see, this game is not easy. Not by any stretch of the imagination. Especially as the frail wizard. I did forget about my reach issues, admittedly. Okay, I can hit them by ducking. There we go, we've moved to a higher level. He can't hit me and he's slowly inching forward. That's the other thing I forgot, is you can actually cheap these out by just waiting for them to inch forward. Right now we're level 2. We now have 9 strength, 5 armor, or 32 agility, and no healing of any kind. They said there were shops along the way, but we didn't really see them. Maybe they're over here. I'm in the water. Send help. Drowning. I think we need to get to that vine to get out. Yep, and we're dead. Thankfully, you can reincarnate. I don't think you have infinite reincarnations, though. So bear that in mind. Him in the shins, and that's the end of the skeletons. Move to a higher level. Flying dagger spell's been memorized. There we go. We finally have magic to use as, you know, the magic user. As soon as I figure out how to use it. Again. Use my magic. Such a good question. Don't have a good answer to. Get out of here before we get killed trying to figure it out, shall we? Oh, right, you can fall down the hole after me. Spell was memorized, but I don't seem to have a means of using it. This was always the problem I had playing this before as well, is I never could figure out how to do half the things I'm supposed to be doing, like using my magic. Yeah, there we go. There's all the... Oh yeah, it says right over there, 0 credits left. What do you know? Let's try that again, shall we? Perhaps I missed where the shops were. May actually be an intelligent move on my part to, you know, summon the manual into existence so I know what I'm doing. That seems like a silly idea. At least we won't be delayed by talking to everybody this time. But I'm sure you can tell now why they tell you to bring as many comrades as you can. Which I believe the arcade version you could have 4 people, but this version you can only have 2. As you see by the no player sign down there. Did I miss a shop somewhere? It's stupid. I could have swore the shop was like buried down in the cave somewhere. Unless we suddenly can go to the left after talking to the people over here or something. You were the one that told me, right? Yeah. But I'm pretty sure you have to fight your way to the shops. Unless it's over here. Which it isn't. No, I was right the first time. So I would presume the arcade version, you would just keep feeding it more quarters. And you know how that works from there. Just take more and more of your money until you give up. Start off a little bit more cautious here. We might be able to make this work a bit better without burning all of our medicinal herbs immediately. Say as I get hit already. Well, so much for avoiding using up medicinal herb. But we did only use 1 so far, so... not in the worst position we could be. At least we didn't lose a ton of health in the water this time. Enemy spawn rate's a little absurd, though. I don't remember it being this out of hand. I may have just handled it better back then, because I just assumed, like, oh yeah, this is just how it's supposed to work. You can't drop down, by the way, you have to use the vine. We're about to end up using our other eel. I didn't have a choice. So really, at the end of the day, we're back in the exact same position we were in before, except actually a lower level, so technically a worse position than we were. Flying dagger spell has been... How does one flying dagger? In fact, I should probably stay on the... God! Oh yeah, I hadn't burned any lives yet. That's the advantage we have here. I was gonna say I'm gonna try to figure out the spell while I'm staying on the vine, but I kept hitting the wrong button, so I kept jumping off anyway. As these rocks, like, fast. There's somebody dying here. Don't come any closer. There's an awful monster in there. Where the hell was the shop? It's the Black Pudding. Oh no, black pudding. I just like leave. Game over. We got slightly further that time. Hooray! Let me actually pull up a manual and see what I'm not understanding here, because I'm clearly missing something. There we go. There's a print of the manual. Yeah, as you can see, the two characters together work way better than me by myself getting my ass kicked. Oh, it's a press and hold. That's the problem. That's why I couldn't figure it out. Okay. Suddenly, it all makes sense. A very short manual as well, because there's very little information to be had. I'll try one more time. I'm going to commit to the bit with the mage here, but probably a bad idea. Hope is that these spells will actually do something for me. I don't know if I have any starting spells. We'll check as soon as we get in the cave. You can definitely tell, looking at the manual, though, that they really expect you to be the warrior. Or because all the pictures in the manual are of the warrior doing things. Oh yeah, I do have a fireball. That'll make things a lot easier. I just assumed I wasn't gonna have magic till I earned magic. Gotta hold the button till I see him thinking about the spell I want, though. Seems to be a little bit of a... I don't want to call it a cooldown, but a delay. Sorts for sure. Let's start vibrating intensely the longer I hold that out, too, so I feel like... God damn it. These bats are the worst. Thankfully, the water itself doesn't damage me too much, but it keeps pushing me back is the problem. Making me very vulnerable to everything else that wants me dead. This did not, in fact, go better so far. Oh, there's the Flying Dagger spell. That seems pretty cool. Yeah, that's very good. Still burnt the other medicinal herb, but that's okay. The fact that it's like a carousel of spells is kind of silly. Please tell me I get my magic back when I reincarnate. Yes, I do. Why'd I cast that again? Wow, that does a lot of damage. But we killed the black pudding. We won. It's just this one door, so hopefully this goes in a good direction. Oh, it went to calmer music. Oh. Welcome. I've been waiting in this dark grotto for a brave man to come along. From here, your journey will be hard. Stand firm against the forces of darkness with courage and honor. The seal is broken. The gate is open. Hooray! We're in the village of Marinade. Welcome. We charge 100 gold per night. Would you like to stay tonight? I am fully healed. I have no reason to stay here. You have 900 something gold, though. Not doing too bad in that regard. Unless things are very expensive, which probably are. Hello, this is an armory. Would you like to buy something? Yes. Oh wow, we can afford everything. So the robe of the quester may only be worn by a mage, so we want that. Guess I would like something else. The iron wand may only be carried by a mage. Behold, I now am in red and I am carrying a whacking stick made out of metal. I have become so much better than I was before. Clearly. Keep telling lies, I'll feed you to the Kraken. Now come along, hurry. Assuming she's talking to the kid. According to an old local legend, he who finds the scale of the mermaid can travel underwater unarmed. Got something to say, kid? I saw the spring in the cave where the mermaid lives. Yes, the mermaid's real. Because despite the fact that his mother's telling him he's telling lies, he may very well be telling the truth. I'm gonna stay here at the end because I think it might save. Have a good night's rest. Good morning and good hunting today. If that only healed me, then I wasted my gold, but that's fine. Had to rest my weary bones after the long journey. See if there's another shop here where I can buy medicinal herbs or something. Taking your door in, whoever lives here. Knock knock, motherfucker. Hello, whoever you are. Oh, brave adventurer, will you hear my story? One day I found a young girl lying by my door. She told me she had no parents and she was hungry. I pitied her and took her in. I raised her as if she were my own. She was a good child with a kind heart and she worked hard. Now she's been taken to the cavern of the Kraken as a sacrifice. I beg you, rescue her. I'm gonna go kill the Kraken anyway, so sure, I guess I'll solve your problem along the way. There we go. This looks like a shop I'd be interested in. Got a potion bottle on it. Carry the things that make me not die. Hello, this is an apothecary. Would you like to buy something? Those are expensive. You are awarded 1 additional life for 800 gold. Antidotes to cure poison, I probably want a couple of. And we want a couple medicinal herbs since they'll sort out this whole dying problem. 30 hit points are restored, but that's still plenty. Thank you, come again. It never felt right when people like apothecaries or doctors would say, come again. Do you want me to be hurt? Want me to be dying? I should only be here if I'm having a problem. Suddenly we're actually an effective fighter. All because we actually have equipment. And a spell that does something. Struggling to cast the spell that does things, though, is a bit of a problem. There we go, level 5. Still be better off just whacking him with a whacking stick. Time. The money. Already gained back 100 gold. Are the giant murder hands? Seem like something I'd want. What the hell? Wait, these. And I guess timing. I'm gonna go on a limb and assume the bees would sting me and poison me. If I can ever cast the knives are really good. It's just a matter of waiting past the fireball spell to be able to cast it is the issue. I found the sacrifice. Hello, madam. They're Kraken over here? The Kraken is here, and he's angry. Well, that's game over. Now... I was correct in my fear. We do not get to continue. I didn't think so. I was pretty sure it was a one-and-done deal for this game. Uh, 4.5 hours, I think, is good enough for today. We got through most of the games I had intended to cover. We did skip out on one of them. But that was one that I had put in as an extra in case I needed it, not as one that I had really particularly wanted to play. So that's fine. Oh, that... It took me a second to read somebody's title correctly. Wow, that game took off better than I thought. Huh. Just gonna take me a minute here to figure out where we're gonna go. Because as usual, lots of people are on all... Makes it easy to make a choice. But to remind everybody about the upcoming schedule, because, you know, that's what we do here at the end of a stream. Tomorrow, nothing, because it's Wednesday. I won't be streaming. I'll be off doing art and prep and things like that. Specifically prep for Friday's Donathon, which I don't know what we'll be playing yet. I may very well set up to do the games that were requested for the 12 Days of Drachmas and do both at the same time. I have not decided yet how I want to handle that. Because there will be time, more than likely, after the Donathon to cover those. So I may just do them like the Saturday, Monday, and Tuesday before Christmas. So it'd be Friday, Saturday, Monday, Tuesday, because... No. But you get the point. And then this Thursday coming up, we have Godbreakers with the same group we had played Godbreakers with before, Vale, Char, and Nugs. Hey, Scale, how's it going? Just in time for me to be trying to pick a raid target, but it's always good to see you. Thankfully, the auto shout-out worked for the moment. All the council members be getting shout-outs. That's how it works. So let's see, I talked about Thursday. Friday, I don't entirely know what I'll be doing. Like I said, that's when the Donathon will be starting, though. So we'll play that by ear as we go. Saturday, Donathon will continue. Pretty clear. And then Monday we'll continue the Donathon. Tuesday, I'm going to have to take a break from it if it's still ongoing at that point, because I'm going to have a collab with new people. And I don't want to be running an event while I'm in a collab with new people, because that gets a little weird sometimes. I would feel bad trying to do event stuff while also trying to keep up with what they're doing and everything. So it'll get paused for that day, and then we'll continue it that Thursday and go from there, if it still has time left at that point. Which will hopefully, but I wouldn't bank on it. That covers all of the upcoming time. I still didn't actually pick a raid target. He was there. I have choices as... You're gonna lose audio for the moment, because I'm gonna go spy on a couple of them and see where they're at and what they're doing, and help me make an informed decision. Time. Yeah, you know what? We'll go ahead and raid Evie, a fellow dragon, because that's the correct choice. Currently just chatting and looks like going over some like recap stuff, so should be interesting. We already talked schedule, so I'm not gonna go over that again. Yeah, I don't really have anything else to add, so we'll go ahead and get that timer started and get us out of here. Be good to Evie. Evie's good. And I will see you all hopefully on Thursday, barring anything else going wrong. Good night, everybody.